Did you hear that? Like the grunting. What's up here?
Yeah.
It's the stairs?
I believe it says, the Maguma is the heart of Tyria. It must be maintained. I beseech you, future guardians of the Maguma, heed these words.
The Maguma is the heart. That's you guys.
Only in the vaguest possible way. But by iron, I'll take their advice.
Okay. Birthday cake, yum. My birthday's next week? Oh my god, yeah.
That the Mama Thrasher is near. Really?
I can start eating birthday cake now. Yes.
It says, face the source with authentic heart and mind. Speak the words given and merge with the waters. Hey, I'm game. What about you?
I'll be blunt. The one-button rotation is everything wrong with Blizzard's current design philosophy, and I hope that you can give me enough time to explain why. Because on its surface, it looks harmless. Who cares? And in a vacuum, I'd agree, but systems do not exist in a vacuum. It's funny, ever since I returned to World of Warcraft for its patch 11.2 release, having quit over 2 years ago, I genuinely expected to get enraptured back into the game world, the exceptional gameplay and the progression treadmill. In some ways, I have been. When I'm in a flow state, grinding Mythic Plus, it still does feel wonderful to play, the best in its genre. But the moment I get knocked back into the overworld, everything else returns. There's a saying a lot of RuneScape players repeat, you never quit, you just take breaks. That to me mapped onto WoW just as much as it did OSRS, and yet, days of playtime in, I haven't connected to this world that I have grown apathetic to in the ways I expected, or even hoped. I still love Warcraft, I'm almost praying that it can draw me back in, but what I discovered after returning was disappointing to say the least. I let some of my broader criticisms of philosophy out in the What WoW Can Learn from Old School RuneScape video, wherein I deduced that much of what I found fault in is as a result of Blizzard's lack of vision, one that was made manifest by their failure to follow through with Legion's rekindled vision for the game, and eventually fell by the wayside in an effort to deliver very quick content updates that fail to drum up excitement since they are more of the same. When someone asks, I wonder what the new WoW expansion will have, I think I know the answer far before any reveal. There will be 1 or 2 minor systemic changes, such as warbands, a broader new system like delves or player-owned housing, which may or may not be forgotten depending on the day, and 8 dungeons and 1 raid that will release multiple weeks after the expansion launch. The vast majority of the game's progression will be heavily time-gated in an attempt to quote-unquote respect time by rationing out an incredibly shallow piece of content over weeks or even months that would otherwise take the better half of a weekend to complete. Ever since Blizzard took the feedback from Legion to heart, this has become standard. No long-term grinds, no long-term progression, no meaningful power growth outside of stat stick itemization and meticulously homogenized trinkets that all broadly do the same thing. If you want to play the game and do relevant content for more than a couple hours, you can either grind out arbitrary Mythic Plus points for nothing after a certain rating, or create an ult to do the very same content again, but this time you're getting items that say leather instead of mail, or cloth instead of plate, while housing virtually the same stats. This is because Blizzard has long since given up on fun, game-changing itemization and dived headfirst into balance at the expense of anything and everything RPG. And that's likely because the game is hyper-competitive at the top end, and that top end is sadly very influential of everything and everyone else. But today, all of that will fall by the wayside. While I level through the game again, I tried to find a way to put these feelings to words in as concise a manner as I could. What in the World of Warcraft today is a perfect example of all the issues I'm discussing and more. Around level 20 or so, the answer came slowly skidding onto my action bar, this one stupid little button. Say hello to the single button assist, or as it is colloquially known, the one button rotation, because it condenses your specialization's gameplay into a single button. It was added in the most recent patch. It cycles through your chosen specialization's rotation as Blizzard designed it. Every button press is a different ability that is generally the correct one to use at that time. It is contextually driven, meaning it registers whether you're around one or multiple mobs, and comes with a global cooldown penalty to slightly mitigate the performance of this supposedly perfect rotation. As we will soon discover, the actual performance of this button is far beyond that of the average player. On its surface, this is fine, right? There isn't an insubstantial demographic of WoW players that will benefit from it, as the YouTuber Bellular demonstrated. A majority will perform better through the use of this assistant, which theoretically makes it a net positive. Everyone has a better time. Your dungeon runs are smoother, your raids are easier. Unfortunately, it's not that simple, not in my eyes, and this pesky little button is perhaps the best example of Blizzard's total disregard for the very nature of game design. Not because the developers are incompetent, but because this is the kind of soulless problem-solving that is fostered by multi-hundred employee corporations. It's antithetical to the purpose and successes of the game. The developers clearly did a pretty decent job. The button is responsive, well-designed, and does as it is made to do. The existence is the issue, not the implementation. To understand why, we first need to break down what game design even means, at least in this context. In the most basic sense, game design is problem solving. Not just problems of code or theoretical concepts, but of those who do or will play the game. As a game designer, you are predicting issues within the systems you're implementing and solving for those issues prior to them being experienced, hopefully. If your game has a big enough audience, then it's equally likely that you couldn't predict everything, and the players will point out, often loudly and angrily, the issue. Players are great at that. They know what's wrong and complain about it constantly. Players know the problem, but not the solution. The solution must be deduced and implemented by the developer. Where this becomes complicated is in how that solution is implemented. To analogize this, think of the players as patients at a hospital, and the developers are the doctors. The patients know they're sick, they know what hurts, but it's the doctor that must analyze the malady and diagnose a solution. A general axiom for game design being give the players what they need, not what they say they want, because what players want is to win, and a game isn't defined by beating it. Your job as a developer is to create enough engaging hurdles to make beating it satisfying and fun. Your job isn't to make it easier or faster or more convenient, and those three things are often the crux of player-driven feedback. That's why talented game devs take in that feedback and output something that improves the game, not by shortening or simplifying it, but by making it more engaging, deep, rewarding, and so on. This can sometimes come from simplification, right? But not always. Take a look at Elden Ring having shorter run-backs to difficult fights as compared to Dark Souls 1. It was an improvement to the quality of life, but that's because the boss fights are substantially more challenging overall. Imagine you're a game director in charge of an open-world RPG where players must navigate said world in an attempt to progress their character, the story, and so on. The game launches, and you're surprised to see how many players hate traversing the world you spent so long creating. They say it's boring, tedious, too large. They say the combat and moment-to-moment gameplay is great, but moving around isn't. Now imagine you have three solutions to this problem. Which one would you choose? 1. Allow players to skip traversal entirely. Now, whenever they click anywhere on the map, they are instantly zapped to that location. 2. Add more points of interest to explore between the main goals and the world. More content, more ways to experience the combat that's being received positively. And 3. Make traversal itself more engaging. Random events, cooler movement mechanics, and so on. There isn't one answer to this issue, but I hope everyone watching can agree that the first option, allowing players to navigate anywhere instantly, is not the correct thing to do. It betrays the entire purpose of creating and implementing an open world and shortens the experience by removing a large swath of content from relevancy. All it does is hone in on the element people like without addressing those they don't. It's the lazy solution. To return to the hospital analogy, it's like prescribing a patient with a broken leg a whole host of painkillers. This may alleviate their pain, but it won't solve their issue. The pain isn't the problem, it's just a symptom. By not addressing the problem, you only feign health, but in the long term, the leg doesn't heal, it deforms. The other two options are more reasonable. The second one, more exploration and combat in between, does the same thing while adding value to navigation, while the last option, the lattermost one, makes the navigation itself more fun, kind of like what you saw Blizzard do with dragon riding. These are very challenging solutions to implement, but that's what a game designer is there for. Receive the feedback that moving around the world sucks, and they wish they could do it faster, that's what the player wants, and then give them better content in response, what they need. The medical malpractice of just dishing out painkillers rather than a diagnosis is a byproduct of a lack of game design and insight. Now let's map that onto the one-button rotation. Hey, I just want to thank everyone for watching, especially my channel members who are supporting this project. If you want to become a member as well, you'll gain access to emotes, shoutouts, and even unscripted videos wherein I discuss suggested and other unfiltered topics. Thanks again, and back to the video. The problem is very simple to understand. A huge host of players think the class gameplay in WoW is too complex to learn, too difficult to harness during intense boss fights. It has become a barrier to gameplay. It's too hard, it's too complicated, and maybe it's not rewarding enough. All of these complaints are as valid as those in the navigation example above. They are true to the game as it exists right now. The developer's job would be to align what the game is with what they want it to be, and to do that, I think the correct answer is always education. Teach players, don't do it for them. Some comments on my previous WoW video were wondering why I spent so long talking about leveling. They'd say it's pointless and a tiny fraction of your overall game time. And to that, I'd agree. The leveling in retail WoW is utterly irrelevant and horribly designed. It's fundamentally broken in its scaling and strangely confusing in its implementation. It makes the game world look dead, and its bugs or inconsistencies are reminiscent of like a dying or forgotten MMO. While leveling through the old world, I got the vibes that I was playing some ancient lost artifact of yore, like those you'd see in an old Josh Strife Hayes video, not the most popular MMORPG on Earth, and that in and of itself is a huge issue. But beyond the broken scaling, unsatisfying progression, and lack of immersion due to how quickly you flip through the world, the biggest issue is Blizzard's inability to harness what they have to tutorialize the game properly. After all, in theme park MMOs, the leveling experience can be applied as a tutorial. It teaches you the basics of the game and eventually, hopefully, challenges you enough to understand the basics of your class. Take a look at, well, the exact same game. This is something that World of Warcraft wasn't just good at, it was the best at. That's what made it so popular in the first place. The evocative, trailblazing, game-changing leveling experience of vanilla and eventually classic WoW is so beloved that people are still flocking to do it again every time Blizzard relaunches another version of WoW's oldest incarnation. Sure, it's a longer journey, it's a more difficult and tedious one, but it undeniably teaches you the game. It teaches you the strengths and weaknesses of your class. You are forced to learn how to survive in a situation where you pull one too many mobs and must now escape with your heart still beating. It's the polar opposite of the game today, and my suggestion isn't to make a 150-hour leveling experience for retail, but to instead look at what elements resonated in Classic educationally and implement those. After all, Blizzard has a great reason to do that. It would be in response to the problem said above. Not enough people understand their class. Unfortunately, Blizzard has driven in the complete opposite direction. You see, there's a very clear reason why the leveling experience in Retail WoW is so scuffed and stupid. It's because it isn't a thing anymore. Like, I'm genuinely not sure when Blizzard has even considered it a facet of the game. It's an option for those who already play to explore, and that's kind of it. This is because you aren't meant to do it. What you are meant to do as a new player is boost. And I'm not saying that in the generic corporate greed bad sort of way. I don't think Blizzard is even selling that many of these level boosts on their Cash App because they are $60 for what amounts to skipping a borderline AFK 8-hour grind. No, they give them away with every single expansion purchase. I got a free one with my 50% discounted War Within. As a new player, you're funneled into the hyper-narrow sliver of content that Blizzard has deemed relevant for the next 6 months to a year and a half, and this has created for some truly fascinating issues. For one, logging on, doing some half-assed shitty tutorial slapped together by an intern, and then being sent to go fight demigods is fucking lame. Like, just from a thematic standpoint, it's lame as hell, and clearly catered to those who are already familiar with the basics of the game. Second, it makes every single new starting zone of an expansion feel like a tutorial, which is so bizarre. You are almost max level, yet you're being treated like a toddler learning to tie their sneakers. It's what made my first experience leveling in Khazalgar seem extra brain-dead, even more than usual. And finally, it puts Blizzard in the convenient position of being able to treat every single piece of content before the current, hyper-narrow relevant area as if it doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, why fix it? Why bother when everyone is converged around a single point anyway? To return back to what I said originally, Blizzard has, maybe unintentionally, terraformed the perfect environment to create the issue that birthed the one-button rotation. Not because classes are too hard, they really aren't, but because nothing about the game's design bothers to even teach players how to play. Worse yet, the stupid slop of the overworld makes this issue even worse. Now, if the game world itself has challenges that required even new players to understand incredibly simple mechanics like interrupt a cast, crowd control, an ad, press the big damage button when the enemy has a shield you must break, then we could see how players choose to play. Instead, because the game is harshly split into two difficulties, nonsense goo goo gaga baby dum dum slobbering over my keyboard sucking on my binky mode, and some instanced content, there is only a narrow bridge that even exists to cross. You either need to put yourself in the position to ruin dungeon runs in an effort to get better at the game, which is understandably a turnoff to those who don't want to ruin other people's fun, or you have to do hours of external research and endless practice in hopes that it would translate to the content that demands it. If you ever wonder why the amount of people doing dungeons and raids hasn't increased proportionally, it's because of this. Not because players are too toxic and everyone playing WoW has an anxiety disorder, but because the environment Blizzard has fostered is one where there is far too much friction present between, in quotes, playing the game and actually playing the game. To be honest, it's cope to think that Blizzard puts even a fraction of the effort into these dogshit world events and barely functioning world quests as they do their raids and dungeons, and yet the largest demographic of players, those who don't do dungeons and raids, are gaslit into thinking that what they're experiencing is even remotely the intended design. All of this is the side attraction of a side attraction, and quite frankly, it's insulting. How many patches must launch in a barely functioning state where the copy-paste quests still somehow bug while functionally not changing in design for the better part of 2 decades, until people realize that this shit is not Blizzard's priority, and if it is, then they've done a piss-poor job of showing it. Let me be even harsher for a moment while I'm mid-crash out. This overworld nonsense is about as conceptually engaging as chopping a tree in RuneScape for 50 hours. I mean, at least in RuneScape you get some sense of horizontal progression and agency-driven decision-making from doing so. In WoW, you get a UI pop-up saying you've completed achievements or got a recolor of existing items and mounts to populate another piece of UI you are likely to never see or use, because a 17th recolor of a questing set obtained by logging in once every week for 10 minutes and AFKing an event isn't particularly engaging or rewarding. At least the unengaging content in old school RuneScape can either be passive or yield properly impactful rewards in the future. Here, it's nonsense. It's, and I hate this word, slop. But slop is how I describe a vast majority of WoW's overworld activities. It's genuinely sad that the most popular MMORPG on Earth is not able to be as engaging as a gacha game in its open world. You have a game with, to me, unquestionably the best talent trees in the genre, the best class design in the genre, the best combat in the genre, and yet what the majority of players are meant to do is this? Now, you can argue that's because it's respecting your time by being so shit that you want to never do it, that's fine, but that's also nonsensical game design. A game isn't supposed to repel, it's supposed to engage. This entire genre is defined by persistence in both its world and those who exist in it. That's what an MMO is. While waiting on my weekly Nightfall event, which by the way didn't even work when it launched, I had a thought. This piece of content gives you a weekly token that you can use to purchase borderline useless gear, armors and weapons that are recolors of an existing gear set. Meaning that if you want to obtain it, you need to log on every week for around 10 to 15 weeks. Which isn't actually true, by the way. You see, you can actually obtain this recolor as a random drop from the Nightfall itself, but that isn't reflected in the UI that was created to tell you where you can get certain items. The fact that there's an entire section of this cosmetics tab created to tell you the basics of where to obtain something, yet it actually doesn't reflect the real information accurately. I mean, there are over 500 employees working on World of Warcraft. 500. That's all I'm gonna say. Regardless, I employed some of my social skills to ask whether it actually would take 15 weeks to unlock this set. After being told that I could only obtain it once per week, which again isn't true, I said something akin to, wow, I wish I could just grind it out. That's kind of lame. A random recolor cosmetic is time gated by more than 2 months. And I was straight up flamed, because that's the prevailing attitude amongst those who still play WoW. At least that's my impression. Having the game deliver optional, brain-dead, rehashed content endlessly is preferable to having a game where they can't progress at an expedited rate or fall behind due to not being able to commit enough time to play. When you spend the past 10 years prescribing mass amounts of painkillers to your patients, eventually they either stop coming to you or become addicted. Again, this is partly Blizzard's fault for fostering a game and community that operates on time-gated 6-month increments where every new patch renders everything before it borderline irrelevant, so players feel rushed to play. And when Blizzard grinds like the artifact weapon work schedule for you, where you sit in traffic alongside hundreds of other players, clock into your shift, complete it for a pittance, and log off, go home. The reason I bring all of this up in relation to the one-button rotation is because this design philosophy employed by Blizzard is pervasive. It extends to every single corner of the game. It's not just in its leveling or in its tutorializing or in its dungeons, it's everywhere. In fact, when my friend and I discovered this hard mode delve boss, it almost felt like a mistake, like someone forgot to remove it from the game. Up until this point, every delve felt like total slop, an endless cycle of samey enemies dealt with through a static AoE rotation. But now, here's a scalable encounter that's genuinely quite hard, taking us 20 or so attempts to finally beat, and as a result, is really fun. For an hour of my day, I remembered why I love retail WoW. Here's me doing my rotation while perfecting these mechanics and doing so alongside my friend. What a cool and inspired challenge that, and it gave me a cosmetic headpiece. You see, I just put in more effort than I had at any other point playing the game since returning, and for that, I get a cosmetic headpiece, one which is actually an identical recolor of another cosmetic headpiece. Because such a large portion of this game's player base is unable to do this content, yet feels like they must earn its reward, Blizzard isn't allowed to put something actually interesting or novel behind this boss. It requires you to play the game somewhat well, and Blizzard hasn't developed enough content to bridge the gap between brain off and somewhat well, so those who aren't familiar with their class won't ever do it. That's where the one-button rotation comes in though, right? Now they can, and they too can earn this cosmetic slop. But that's the other issue. You developed an autoplay feature, yet the difficult content that is meant to become more accessible still rewards nothing. And that's because this is a Trojan horse solution. It isn't real, and it's not solving for anything other than giving a more brain-dead way to AFK overworld slop. World of Warcraft's best feature is its gameplay. That's kind of the one area Blizzard still excels at. The class design is really great in WoW. The new talent trees, as I've said, are the best in the entire genre. The fights and their mechanics are really cool and thematic and can be demanding on the appropriate difficulties. It's obvious the amount of care put into developing these exceptional features. So why are they so against teaching players them? I'm sure there is some kind of corporate lawyer-speak answer to this, where they refer back to the single father of 97 children who has 12 minutes a week to play, benefiting from being able to not do the fun stuff. But honestly, I don't buy it. Not for a second. Not when Elden Ring sold 30 million copies and has a far steeper barrier to entry. Now, I could be wrong, and in a few years we may see WoW evolve in its gameplay, but this patchwork band-aid fix further dulls the elements that are most standout. And I think that's because Blizzard is terrified of demanding players do anything. It seems as though the players that still play don't really want to do anything either. And why would they? You've conditioned them to operate through weekly checklists and incrementally scaling items that cease to offer anything even remotely thought-provoking. Time and time again, you've demonstrated that everything they've earned over the last 6 months will be replaced by questing greens or mythic dungeon loot within a week, except the 57 recolors of a cloak or 20 recolors of a single new mount model. That's kind of the only thing that stays with you after the final patch hits, and we go from killing goblins in a casino to slaying an interdimensional, planet-eating void god. You, as developers, have Stockholmed your player base into believing that cool items with actual identities are bad for balance. There's a reason the only memorable drops in the past 15 years have been 1 or 2 exceptional trinkets per expansion that break away from the hyper-curated, overly balanced, and homogenized pack. Or weapons with powerful effects that Blizzard has seemingly forgot to tune and dull until they became more of the same. I'm not sure what I expected. Of course, people are going to feel precious about cosmetic slop. That's the only thing they can permanently keep. And now the game presents a much simpler avenue for mastery, because this one-button rotation is more than able to clear heroic difficulty. And as someone who was rated cutting edge for many years prior to quitting, heroic is kind of where the game should end. And as much as I enjoy the first half of mythic rating, it's very niche in no small part due to how lacking in rewards it is. Blizzard can't fathom giving anything tangible to people who do the hardest difficulty, so they default to a chance at a mount, some achievements no one will ever care about, a title no one will ever notice, and the same exact gear you've already been earning except slightly scaled up and rendered just as useless when the next patch drops. Other than the communality of doing something with equally sweaty players or some inherent competitive spirit, the impetus for mythic raiding is borderline non-existent, which is why the scene, as with the game, hasn't grown at all. In fact, judging by the world first race numbers, it's shrunk. Less people care, because that's the attitude Blizzard caters to. Why should you care? It's not like you'll get anything meaningful out of doing it yourself, or aspiring to do it eventually. Stick to your one-button rotation so you can focus on the mechanics of moving slightly right or slightly left, or pressing the interrupt button. Stick to idling during the world events, or spamming your AoE rotation in delves, and find solace in knowing that the people who spend far more time than you and put in far more effort than you aren't rewarded with anything even tangibly different or unique. In fact, even their more impressive power will be rendered mute in a couple months. Don't worry, eventually you'll be back on equal footing once again. All of this is not the player's fault for feeling. Blizzard has simply shaved away the kinds of emotions that would be fostered by a more evocative, RPG-centric environment, where personal theory crafting is augmented by guides rather than totally replaced by them. Teaching players how to play your game requires a gentle hand and foresight. It is incredibly difficult to do well, and for as much as I glaze Jagex and old school RuneScape for being substantially better systemically than World of Warcraft, for being far more engaged with its community, for being more responsive to change, more conscious of its game's vision and identity, it also doesn't deliver a good starting experience for its first-time players. I made a whole video on that actually. It's a far more complex game than WoW, but it faces similar struggles in its onboarding. But damn, at least Jagex is trying. At least they are implementing novel onboarding features and early game content that pushes players to understand its complexities. At least they aren't filing down the demand. In fact, they are increasing it. By improving onboarding, they are adding more difficult content earlier in the game. New, super early game bosses like Scarius that teach basics of movement and prayer switching are substantially more demanding than any other piece of early game content that existed before it, and yet is incredibly popular because it shows people what there is to learn and interests them with good outputs and unique mechanics. As we all know, Jagex has been rewarded for this, seeing substantial game growth over the past 2 years. Instead of looking at the player retention rate of early game and opting to remove all friction, they double down on the friction that works. Now, one could argue that's because RuneScape has already failed as a result of trying that, but it's worth considering nevertheless. You will only ever learn something if there is an impetus to do so, a demand. That's part of the joy millions find in the Dark Souls series. It's failing, being lost, confused and broken, yet pushing forward until the final swing of your Zweihander severs the monster's head from their second head or something. For as obtuse as old school RuneScape can be, especially in their older quests, something I always appreciated is how much they actually ask of you. The fact that there are genuinely challenging encounters in quests is frankly alien to the MMO space. It's not often that a quest monster can straight up one-shot you if you're not careful, and being careful requires introspection and understanding of what you can and can't do, what abilities you do and don't have. It promotes theory crafting. It makes you connect to your character after you log off because you continue thinking about the game. It doesn't just default to connections that are reliant on making them look pretty in a cosmetic outfit. It's why I love the OSRS player housing model, even though it lacks the visual fidelity and customizability of other MMOs, because I actually go there for a reason. Making my house functional is a cosmetic reward, yes, but more importantly, an actual reward too. More quality of life from teleports to cheaper armor repairs. My fear is that in Blizzard's attempt to retain their pre-existing demographic of players, they are too afraid of generating the friction of demanding them do something they otherwise wouldn't be comfortable with. They feel like they can't push players out of their comfort zones and promote new kinds of engagements that showcase the parts of the game they put the most effort into. As I said earlier, game design is about placing hurdles and giving a reason to leap over them. Blizzard has had the same hurdles placed for a decade now. They have long since rusted over, becoming a tetanus hazard. Instead of polishing them or offering a more substantial reward at the finish line, they've settled with simply allowing players to avoid them altogether.
Brand new video to the channel, and welcome to a brand new series for the third year in a row. This is our Escaping Free-to-Play series. Now, I've sort of been plugging this for a couple of weeks, and if you guys haven't seen the series before, every year what I do on a brand new, fresh free-to-play account is journey through an attempt to go and create a bond from scratch. Now, this is from scratch on a fresh account. It's from doing loads of different money-making methods. It's to show you guys that you can go and earn enough gold in free-to-play gameplay to go and buy your own members bond. Now, the bond is 14 days of members gameplay, and that could be series 2 to show you guys how to sustain it and how to keep the bond flowing on an account, just so you don't have to pay your real-life money for membership. You can earn it purely from gameplay and doing free-to-play as a start-up as well. So, last year's series was quite fundamental to my YouTube channel blowing up, and it was one of the big reasons we did so well last year. So, if you guys are brand new to the journey, brand new to the series and the channel, please make sure to drop that subscription. It really does help me out. Let's do a big start for this series, and I promise you guys I will pump out some quality videos for you guys, explaining loads of different money makers and loads of different things relating to free-to-play, gameplay, and money making as well. And if we could aim for 150, 200 likes, that would be absolutely massive. And I'd like to say in all the videos, I can't thank you guys enough for all the support you guys do for me. So let's get started. So the account name in a minute is free or free to play. A little bit cheesy, but I thought it needs to kind of link to what the previous names were before. And game plan. So what I'm going to do is sort of break these episodes down into certain chunks. So the first episode is going to be with a sheer goal of getting 1 billion coins. Now, for me, there's going to be certain skills which I'm going to go and target. I think mining and smithing is a very solid choice. Crafting as well, with flats being level 1 and non-members, also very good choice and a good way to build up. And just some other little bits and tips as well to get you guys moving as well. But one more thing that I would like for you guys as well is any feedback in regards to the videos. These are going to be my first attempts at making a more detailed and a more edited process video. So let me know what you guys think. Is it clear enough? Is it good enough? Is there anything I can improve on as well? This is going to be a big sort of breakout series, hopefully, for the channel. So yeah, thank you guys for everything. I think that's pretty much everything I need to start with. So yes, our goal is currently to go and earn a bond. Now, we are quite lucky in a minute where the price for bonds have come down a little bit, and the price for bond is currently on the exchange 124 mil, which you might see to think over like the past year, past 2 years, that is very expensive. But bond prices have gone upwards to about 140, 145 mil for a little while now. They've been very expensive and have had that little knockdown lately, which is hopefully going to be for our benefit. In terms of this series, it might even go back to those prices. It depends how quickly we need to capitalize on money making methods and stuff like that. Now, a few series rules is I want to sort of manage how much I flip. I think going for this series, I don't want to flip at all. I'm going to put on my community post whether you guys want me to include like investments and stuff as well. Obviously, any investments we do for a series, we will make sure to document and update you guys of any progress or anything we decide to do with that as well. And also, I'm going to be giving a bond away for this series or this episode. This is going to be the only episode I give it away. And basically, the big question is, how many hours or how many days do you guys think it will take for us to go and make this full bond? Now, so what I'll do is I'll do it for the closest hour. It's a nice little contest for you guys having a comment of how long you guys think it's going to take me to do this series. Now, that has been a lot of talking, and I'm quite aware that I do talk quite a lot, so I'm not going to do too much now. So I'm going to run through the activity stuff. I'm also going to go and do the daily challenges as well. So if you don't know, you can run through these daily challenges. You don't get actually anything for them, but it unlocks the ability to do proper daily challenges at an early point as well. And it gives us a reason to go and train certain skills. So I'm going to get started. I'm going to go through some of the early stuff, and then we'll come back with what the main plan's going to be. Again, I do think I need to sort of start leveling stuff up for the first episode, but that 1 mil gold, yes, it's a little bit of a tricky thing to start off with, but once we start to pick things up like spinning flax, doing some bronze bars, and doing some of these entry level money makers, which now make a lot of GP in RuneScape, it's very weird. The lower tier stuff sometimes makes like very good profits and can be worthwhile doing for mid levels. It's to do some of that early resource stuff because it's such good profit. But I'll leave you guys with that. We'll come back with the next stage of what we're going to do. Again, any highlights I'll throw in and sort of edited as well. We do need to go kill the trolls. We do need to go kill the troll boss as well, which is sort of one of the big things we normally do. And then yeah, I'll go through all these entry level stuff. If you're brand new to the game, again, you want to follow with it. The activity track is a good way for you to learn things. So this is sort of teaching how to do woodcutting, how to hit your first level, and just sort of progress nice and easily for us as well. So I have 4 logs to my name, which at the minute you want to follow a lot, but 1.2k per log is actually quite cheap. And means you'll think that that's going to buy me 12 bowstrings, which I will then sort of 10 times my cash. It's quite quick to see how things can snowball in the game as well. So yeah, let's go in there, work our way through the activity tracker, and then we'll go and do the daily challenges and stuff, and then we can go and progress from there. So in RuneScape 3, you get something called daily challenges, and this is basically a sort of request for you to go and do something. So in this case, what we're doing now is mining common gems, and especially when you start a brand new account, there's a series of these challenges you kind of need to get through until you get the actual daily challenges. The normal daily challenges will give you an XP reward. Sometimes if you're members, you'll get the treasure hunter key as well, and treasure hunter is something we'll talk on a little bit later as well. But what this has made me realise, because of the 110 crafting update which now comes to RuneScape 3, these common gems, things like opal, are up in price at the minute because they use in some of the urns. So this is really interesting, really, where these sorts of gems could give us a decent chance of making a little bit of money. Could be a really decent way to start mining in terms of like making some profit from them. The lapis lazuli, that is not worth it. It's nothing really worthwhile there. But these opals actually might be a decent price. I'll go and check them on the exchange when we actually go and do it as well. but you do have a chance of breaking them, which I've just broke all of them, so that is great. We do need to mine them and also sell them as uncuts as well. But if I can get red topaz and the jade as well from this gem rock, that is going to be very nice, and it could be a decent way for us to make a little bit of start cash, especially like the red topaz. The red topaz, when I last checked on the Grand Exchange, was something like 8k each, which, you know, for a free-to-play way, you're making a little bit of money. Maybe they're members, they probably are members, but it could be a good way for us to do it as well. So let me just have a quick look, see if there's anything here about it. No, so because these gem rocks just going to be opal, so even then, it might be worth checking the price on Noble. That's why I've just gone and got level 3 mining, because that could be a good way to make a little bit of money while it's there. And then because we've done this and re-rolled it, we do have some other things to be doing as well. So again, we're going to have to roll through these until we're finished, and then we'll actually get the proper daily challenges. However, I do believe we have a troll to kill. So the next thing it wants us to do is to make a bronze ore box, which is actually very useful. Ore boxes and log boxes are some of the best items I found from doing Group Iron Man. And basically what the ore box will do is allow you to store ores, which especially for free to play where we don't have access to things like porters, or I believe magic note paper as well. Don't have magic note papers on members. It's a good way for us to get extra resources without having to bank as much as well. So an ore box is definitely going to be something we're going to be sort of carrying around with us. The ability to get an extra 100 copper and tin as well. Especially if, like, mining can be a pretty decent way to make a little bit of money, especially when you don't have a cap on stamina. I think up to level 25 mining you don't have a stamina cap, so it's pretty much AFK. So it can be a good way for us to make a little bit of AFK GP and turn these into bronze bars as well, just to get the account started and to find a little bit of cash as well. But this is what's going to be so good about the series. There's going to be so many different ways. Yes, I know we're sort of doing a bit of mining, but crafting, smithing, fletching as well. Level fletching will make a little bit of money, and we've also got combat as well. All these different things will make us profit. So I'm trying to explore everything, show you guys all these different methods and all these ways you can go make a little bit more money as well, and go from there. But yeah, so I'm going to go and do this. Once we're all geared up for the big troll, we'll do that. It's a really good cutscene, and it's a really great sort of explain combat as well, because I know lots of people with RS3, the main thing they do struggle with is actually the combat side. So we now have some bronze legs as well, so we are properly equipped to go and do this. Now, a few other little things on the activity tracker for the path as well, just little things, is learning how to bank. That's going to tick that off. Again, not a lot of reward, but it's nice to just tick these things off now. So the next thing I think we need to do is to go and kill some trolls. So we're prepare for battle. We're going to go into the troll cave, and we're going to go in there, mess some trolls up. I don't think this is for the final battle with the big troll, but it's a good way to show you guys combats. Now, for me, Risky Free, I use something called Revolution. Now, Revolution automatically triggers your abilities, and I've always found that that's the best way to do it, in my opinion. Again, I don't like that intense gameplay, which I know a lot of people don't. Some people love it and are very, very good at it. Me personally, I just want it to like work itself out. So once you start the game, you do have some abilities already assigned, and as you gain levels, you get more and more abilities. So once you've got this, you can then put them onto your bar. You can then talk about rotations. You want to use your best abilities first. So again, we're using things like Dismember first, which is actually, in terms of early game, is quite helpful. Bleeds are very, very good early game because they're one of those where you can get extra damage if needed. As well. So we needed to speak to Turiel first, so we're just going to talk to him really quickly, and then he's going to send us to go and kill some trolls, I imagine. Turiel as well will talk through combat, things like adrenaline and all the other stuff as well, just so it's easy to understand. And again, they are getting better at stuff like this as well, and like explaining action bars and stuff. Yes, it's not the most interface friendly thing in the world, but once you sort of go for a couple of these things, have a little bit of a play around, it does get easier. So he's now going to send us to kill 5 of these trolls, which shouldn't be too much of a problem. We're working them quite easily. And again, with your interface as well, anything you want to change, just click the unlock button, and you can pretty much move and throw everything around. I've just done it to my default kind of style, but again, move it around, have a try, see what works best for you. And that's what's nice about RuneScape 3 is that you can move stuff around to how you want it. You can play it whatever way you want, you can have it styled however way you want. I know people don't like the style of how I have mine set up as, but it's just something I'm used to, and it's just the way I'm used to playing as well. So we actually managed to get a Blade Storm Drape, which is nice because that's going to help with our melee bonuses. We are fully kitted out now, so who knows, we might be able to fly through that final boss. We're going to use Dismember quite a lot for that final boss fight because, again, the bleeds really do some decent work. So yeah, basically kill the 5 trolls. If you need any HP, you've got plenty of crayfish to help out as well from doing that bit of fishing. And yeah, that should hopefully be the rest of the trolls killed, and then we can go and get started with the final boss fight. And then after that, we can play the game. So Morning Star doesn't activate into combat until you're ready to do it. So just get prepared, get ready to do what you need to. I'm going to start it with a Dismember and then walk straight under because hopefully the bleed hits, and when you walk under, it will multiply because it's the bleed effect as well. If you can move a monster which is bleeding, the damage will multiply over the time it's bleeding as well. So on with this. Again, we're kind of flying here. We're doing all right. So I'm going to do Slaughter. Again, Slaughter is basically a beefed up version of what Dismember is. So that 12 turns into a 36, and especially with low combat, once you work these bleeds in, it really doesn't take long for the monster to die, especially if you've got like this as well. These abilities are good, but it won't hit massive damage. So really, to start with, bleeds are your friend. So that's Morning Star all done. No real bother there. Actually, if anything, it was a little bit easy. We're going to bury his bones and get a prayer level as well. Level 3 prayer from that as well. I do think his bones have a little bit more of a buff on the prayer XP as well, so always worth doing for that. We're going to go to tutorial, and hopefully this will be the rest of combat done. Again, very brief, nothing too massive in detail for this, but again, I've skipped quite a bit of where it goes into detail talking through the different things as well. And I do think as an entry level, it has done a pretty decent job for it as well. So activity tracker gives us more things to do. If you do not want to do this, you do not have to. All you need to do is just clear it with this interface as well. Again, it's one of these things where it's trying to talk you through all the different things you can do. What I'm going to do now though is go and finish these things off. So we've got basic fire making, cooking, and fletching. These will be some nice things just to get ticked off, and then hopefully by then we'll get some daily challenges. Now I'm looking to do daily challenges purely for XP. It's a nice little bump up for something to do, and also it's a nice little way just to go and train my levels. If anything, that is a decent reason. And then once all these are done, these daily challenges, I'll show you guys the information to get off the back of it then, and then we'll go and do some other stuff to actually make some money. So because we've now completed all of the base daily challenges, we now have access to the proper daily challenges. So this is going to give us XP, no treasure tickets, that must be a member only thing, but this is going to be very beneficial for us. We're going to have a chance to get to the basically non-members version, so we're going to have some skips, some oddments, just some extra little rewards, nothing incredible which is going to change the account, but the XP we're going to get from these is going to be huge because it's going to be real beneficial to have those little bump ups in levels and XP as well. I need to find these pots just for the XP. And what I've been doing is tying in the activity tracker with the daily challenge stuff as well, just so I can make sure that I'm trying to do the best of both. Again, it takes as long as it needs to, and you will get some levels from it. This is basically how they do their tutorial island now, is to get you in the actual live game and just teach you things through the activity tracker. But everything's explained, it's got these dots to every step you do. All of this to get to the point you need to. I've not sort of put loads of this in the video because I don't think it's really interesting to watch. Everyone can do this, and again, it's so well explained and sort of guided through. It's sort of once the tutorial is finished, what you do there is what I'm going to focus on because I think that's where a lot of people do get lost. So what he's going to make us do now is go to craft our own bow, which I will do. All the items that I've sort of getting from doing these tutorials, I'm throwing in the bank because you never know when exchange prices for RuneScape Free. You can make a lot of profit from these things, and I'll probably sort of imagine that that's going to give me my first 20 to 30k ish. And what I'm going to do though, sending me to Blackfield, I'm going to do a full invo for Flax because it'll give me some very early crafting levels, so we'll get a nice little bump up. But also each bowstring at the minute is about 800 to 1,000 coins, so we can make quite easily our first 20k and just from doing one invo of these bowstrings. So I'll do these bowstrings, I'll show you guys how much it is, and we'll go from there. Going through the range and mage versions of the Berthorpe introduction, and that's pretty much the big introduction to Berthorpe done. It's given me the explore option for Lumbridge as well with a lot of introductions to brand new skills: agility, hunter, farming, herblore, summoning, and dungeoneering. I'm going to stop now with the activity tracker because I think it's done what I needed it to, and we've just sort of flying around doing some different stuff. It's going to be a nice solid base to build up. Now, through doing this, one of the things I've actually found out is shearing sheep for wool and turning that into a bull of wool is actually pretty decent profit. Like, I was going to do flax for some starter cash, but from doing this, it's pretty good to just shear some sheep, turn into wool just for some starter cash. Now, a bull of wool from the grand exchange value is currently 2,000 coins. Now, from previous experience, whenever I've had to buy a bull of wool, sometimes it's been a little bit more expensive than that as well. So definitely want to go and take with us to the Grand Exchange, which is where we're going to do. Just a little bit more for this episode. We're going to unlock the lodestones for the Grand Exchange and then just put a bit of a price on what we're going to do and what we're currently sat at. I do think we've probably got about 50k sat in the bank, which is nice. So what I'm going to do now is go and unlock some of the lodestones, basically walk my way to like Valley, then go to Draenor, Lumbridge, and then Varrock from there. Those lodestones are going to be massive because they're just basically what they are. It's free teleports when you don't need a magic level to do them. They're just a little bit slow unless you want to buy this wax, which will make them quick, but you have to spend another GP. But it's basically going to give us a teleport network to get around a free-to-play map, which will be essential for what we want to be doing as well, especially using the Grand Exchange. Having a teleport to get to Varrock quickly will be massive. So that's what I'm going to do now. Just going to unlock all of the different lodestones. We'll start it working our way around. Then we're going to Grand Exchange. We'll wrap episode 1 up. We'll sort of put a value of where we're currently sat at as well, and we'll finish there. But I'll come back when we're just at the Grand Exchange. So after doing all those lodestones, we have finally made it to the Grand Exchange. And if you're a new player, this is a very, very important piece of the game. And the Grand Exchange is where you can buy and sell all your different items, and also where you can actually make some profits with it as well. Now, one thing I do on lots of videos on my channel, I do lots of money making videos and stuff like that. I always say to sell things for a high price slowly over time, and this is where you can make money and extra money in the game. By not rushing to sell things, you can do it over time and make more money as a reason for that as well. So a few things I'm going to do with this kind of method is just check the price of balls of war and also the price of potions. Between these two items is going to be the direction I go in terms of crafting. The flax is very cheap to buy. Flax is only 90 GP to buy, but balls of wool, the standard wool is 600 GP, and if the ball of wool itself is 2,000 coins, that's going to be a lot more profit than making bowstrings. But bowstrings are a much more in-demand material than what balls of wool are, so you have to kind of work out between the two which one is going to be more beneficial. So I'm also check the price of opals as well. I'm hoping that with the brand new lands for one-time crafting, that's pushed these prices up. No, it has not. So that is also slightly annoying. But these three items, which I was kind of basing my ideas off, haven't gone where I need them to, which is great. So what I'm going to do though is I'm going to wrap up the video here. Again, I know we sort of outlaid the plan for doing 1 million GP in the first episode. That's actually going to be in the next episode. This is kind of like a pilot. We run through all the sort of series rules, what I'm looking to do, as well as the introductions and base things to do. But you can see by the sort of stats, we have got a couple of levels just by sort of doing all the challenges, all the pathway stuff, which is definitely beneficial to do. The next video, we'll hopefully start off a bit of a bang. We'll have our plan ready to go as well, and we'll hit the ground running, and we'll go through all the different methods we've got to go and make a little bit of GP in the game as well. However, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you have, please make sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel. I am sort of pushing for 10,000 subs by the end of the year, so this is going to be a pretty big series this year. But if you can support the channel and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. So if you want to play for the bond giveaway, make sure to drop in the comments below how long you think it's going to take me to unlock the bond. Let me know any money making ideas you have as well. Thank you guys so much for watching, so much for supporting. Hope you guys really do enjoy the series. I'm going to put as much effort as I possibly can into making this the best series I've currently made on the channel. But thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll be out with the video number 2 very, very soon. Subscribe to the channel to make sure to catch it. Thank you guys again. See you guys very soon in the next video.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Josh Striker. I don't know if we've ever gotten so many just like weird and surprising directs in such a short period of time. It just kind of seems to be the theme this year. The curveballs, the Nintendo presentation schedule that is just completely unpredictable. First we're all gearing up for the big Switch 2 April Direct, and then right before there are rumors of like a different Switch 1 Direct happening, and we're like, really? Is that actually a thing? And then it happened, and then in June we all expect a Direct. It's the beginning of the Switch 2 generation. What do you got, Nintendo? Nothing. I don't know. Don't worry about it. And then it's like almost the end of July, and there's all these rumors. There's gonna be something in July. What are you talking about? It's like the last minute in July right now. Nintendo hasn't announced anything. There you go. A partner showcase on the literal last day of July, and then in Indie World the next week, just one single week later. So now I'm at the point where I'm like, okay, I mean, I would bet money. I pretty much bet money that that's gonna be it until the next major Direct. If they didn't have a major Direct in June, they're gonna have one in September. I know I keep saying that, and I know it's dangerous to keep saying that, believe me, but I do believe it. It's August. We're already more than halfway through August. If Nintendo has anything else to show us anytime soon, they're just gonna save it for the September Direct. We're like less than a month away from when that will probably be. And a few days ago, Sakurai posts like a quick, super quick, like nothing little update talking about Kirby Air Riders, about how we still haven't even seen gameplay yet, but don't worry, details will be coming soon. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, next month is soon. Like that, it is. It absolutely is. Yeah, okay, again, I'd probably bet money. Not like a ton of money, but if you were like, hey, $20, we're not gonna hear anything about Kirby Air Riders until, well, no, I'd be the one proposing the bet. I'd say, we're not gonna hear anything about Kirby Air Riders until the September Direct, and you'd be like, you're on, and I'd be handing you a crisp $20 bill right now, because Nintendo just announced a dedicated Kirby Air Riders Direct, and it's happening tomorrow at the time of this recording. It's Monday right now, and it's happening tomorrow, Tuesday, and it's happening at the usual Nintendo Direct time, which means yet another presentation. I gotta get up at 5 for. Thanks, Nintendo. Love this. Keep them coming. And yeah, I'll probably stream it. So anyone listening to this, yeah, come to the stream. I'll probably do that if I can get up again. Jeez. So yeah, we're getting a dedicated Kirby Air Riders presentation, and that's not even the most surprising thing. That's not even the most surprising thing about this. You know what's even more surprising? It's gonna be 45 minutes long. 45! DK didn't get 45 minutes. Mario Kart didn't get 45 minutes for either of their dedicated directs. Kirby Air Riders is getting 45 minutes. And you know, you could argue that there probably is a lot to show, because they did announce it back in April, and we haven't seen anything, not even a second of gameplay, not so much as a screenshot, nothing. No details whatsoever beyond the, animated teaser trailer. So a 45-minute direct, to me, would definitely suggest that we're probably going to get basically everything, right? I mean, I know that this is a Sakurai presentation. He's very, very good at doing his presentations. He's very good at really digging into all the technical details, just the little tiny, fine little bits and bobs about games, and that's what's so amazing. I mean, that's exciting in itself. We're gonna, we haven't had a Smash thing in a while. I'm very happy to see the guy's face again and hear him talking about a game that he's been working on. He's very passionate about what he does. So that's fun all by itself, whether or not I'm interested in the game. There's going to be a Sakurai Direct tomorrow. 45 minutes of Sakurai. That's going to be great. But yeah, I do think this is probably, I think it's pretty safe to assume this is going to be like everything. When I say like everything, it's, you know, it's not going to just be like a little follow-up trailer or like an actual reveal trailer. It's probably like the whole thing packed into one. You know, the reveal of the gameplay, but then a deeper dive into the gameplay and all the features and everything, hopefully culminating in a release date. And obviously, we've talked about this endlessly. You know, the further in the year we go, the less likely it seems that Kirby Air Riders is going to come out this year. And I made that whole video talking about how if it does come out this year, then it's probably going to be a smaller project. And I would say that this presentation being sprung on us like this does suggest that. I think that supports the theory that he's going to kind of just reveal the game completely and go into everything right here in this one presentation, give us like the whole entire spiel so that the game is essentially ready to go. And the fact that we're getting it before the Direct, like assuming we're going to get a full September Direct, the fact that we're getting it now makes me think that the release date is not going to be far off. Obviously, you can never assume anything yet. I would be surprised if this whole thing didn't end with a release date that was like pretty far off. Could be a shadow drop. I know you can never get your hopes up for a shadow drop, but I don't know. I could see it. I could see it happening. What is Sakurai? He's a showman. He knows how to hype us up. It seems like the kind of thing, like the kind of prank, almost a prank that he would pull, you know, like give us this bare bones teaser and then wait a super long time and then give us everything and say the game is available now. Not incredibly likely, but I do see it being soon. You know, otherwise why wouldn't they just wait for the full Direct? But I don't know. At the same time, it might not end in a release date. But whatever the case, it's got to come out in the next couple months, right? Like it's basically, if it's coming out this year, we're approaching the end of the year. So yeah. Well, again, I'm excited and I will try, assuming I can get enough sleep, I will try to stream it. That'll be fun. And I'm still kind of like waiting to see how I feel about the game. I never played the original Kirby Air Ride, and you know, it is kind of a racing game, but it also had a lot of elements that made it kind of more than just a racing game. A lot of other stuff to do between races and a lot more interesting modes. If anyone is going to make a racing game that I want to engage with, it's going to be Sakurai. He's just such a creative fellow. So I'm really curious to see like how similar to the original is this going to be? Is it going to introduce a whole new twist? Is it really going to lean into the extra modes and the different stuff that makes it different from just a regular racing game? Or is it going to go kind of back to just, you know, kind of backpedal a little bit into just being like a basic little, it's hard for me to believe that. It's hard for me to believe he's just gonna be like, let's make a Kirby Air Ride game that's less interesting, you know, that's more traditional, like especially during a year that Mario Kart came out. Like, no, that doesn't really make sense. So I'm hoping for a good bit. If it's a smaller project, then I guess I really cannot expect too much. But just some extra little mode, something that even I, Arlo, can play around with. But we shall see soon enough. I hope to see you there, my friends.
Destiny 2 Edge of Fate has a serious issue once you finish the initial storyline. And the issue is that the new power progression model is flawed, and flawed in some fundamental ways, I believe. The issue is not moment-to-moment gameplay. The core gameplay is absolutely fantastic with Destiny, and possibly better than ever. From a hunter's standpoint, because that's the only class I play, they've increased the interactions with abilities and aspects of fragments and perks in a number of ways. That has really increased the variety of builds that I have access to. And it's left me with a toolkit that I can really mess around with, to the point where the new exotics, along with the new interactions between fragments and aspects, have really got me excited for the future of build crafting in Destiny. It makes me want to perfect builds. It wants me to really achieve the higher echelons of gear progression that this game has to offer. But the issue is not wanting the gear. The issue is actually progressing along this progression line that they have implemented to get the gear. When I finished the legendary campaign, I was set to about 150 light level, and the campaign itself was quite challenging. It really got me back into the flow of challenging combat in Destiny. I really enjoyed it. But after leaving the campaign, I was set on a path via the portal of very, very basic and simplified combat encounters, activities that left me so bored after such a stellar campaign that it really was tough to be enthused about playing the game and progressing through this line of progression that they have set out in front of me. In Destiny, you have a portal. And the portal is where all the main activities take place. You have Solo, Fireteam, Pinnacle, and Crucible. Solo is for your solo play, Fireteam, Pinnacle are for group activities to play with other players, and Crucible is your PvP. Now, I'm not a PvPer, so I don't play a lot of Crucible, but I do like playing in a Fireteam. I do like playing the exotic missions and things like this that are part of the Pinnacle playlist, and I do like playing on my own from time to time. The challenge of solo play is something I really do strive for in certain aspects, playing solo dungeons and things like this. And when you load up the portal screen and press Solo, for example, you're left with a few different options. There is solo op playlists that you jump into from normal, advanced, expert, and master, and you have to reach a specific light level to unlock these. So I had to progress a little bit further on to actually achieve the advanced and expert and master playlists. These are sort of predetermined sets of modifiers and things like that inside the game, because you can really now define what difficulty you want in Destiny 2, and I really think that's a great choice. But it comes with a few issues. So you also have a list of the operations themselves. These lists are where I spend quite a bit of my time, because I like to customize my experience. I like to challenge myself. So you go and you press whatever operation you want. It's clearly displaying what loot you're going to receive, how much loot you're going to receive, as well as if there's any bonuses to the loot for that activity. It also determines what tier of loot you're going to get. Tier 5 being the best, and you need to have reached a certain light level to even start achieving that sort of tier. None of this I have an issue with, but the issue stems from being able to actually complete these activities based on your light level. Light level is not a good indication of how powerful a player is. I am around 200, just above 200 right now, and I can complete an activity at 270, something that's well beyond my light level. And the reason I can do this is because I am an average player with a reasonably good build, good perks, good guns, and good stats allocated in the correct locations. And with all these perks and aspects and stats, I'm able to play at a relatively high level. But the light level is not an indicator of how strong your character is. Light level is an arbitrary number that is assigned to your progression throughout the game. And when you hit 450, you have reached max light level. So even though my character is relatively strong with these good weapons and a good build, my lack of light level reduces the amount of damage I'm actually dishing out. The higher the activity is above my light level, the less damage I will be doing out, to the point where it will just make enemies invulnerable. And this is the crux of my issue with the progression line. In a normal MMO or live service game, the progression has a look at your items and your gear. We're talking World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy here, where your gear will have a gear score, and that gear score is tied to the stats and perks and different bits and pieces inside your gear. Good gear, higher stats, higher gear score. And then that gear score is calculated, it's averaged out across all your equipment, and that determines how strong in a single number your character is. But that's not how Destiny does it. So when a traditional game says you need to be X, Y, and Z gear score or item level to compete in this activity, what it's generally saying is you are literally not strong enough to beat the damage checks, to dish out the damage and beat the range that this activity offers. But in Destiny, it's not like that. In Destiny, light level is not tied to the power of an actual weapon. I could have a god roll weapon. It could be the best perk combinations for this specific weapon. It could fit in with my build absolutely perfectly. I could have the stats I need and the armor values I need to survive if I play well and if I execute my build correctly. The light level physically stops me from entering that activity. At the moment, I can't do a solo ops playlist at master because I need to be 270, but I can pick a specific level and I can customize it to be 270. And I've gone through and I've beaten a 270 expert solo ops. It was challenging, it was hard, but I was able to execute and I was able to do it. But the game gatekeeps me from being able to access the quick play version of it. Now, this in itself is not particularly an issue until you get to the Fireteam Finder, which we will get get onto later. But what this does do is it limits the power of the loot you can get from the activities, because the power of the loot is tied to your light level, not necessarily how powerful you actually are. So there's a discrepancy there between your power of your character and the light level of your character. But the power of the loot that drops is tied to the light level, not necessarily your actual power. There is this artificial barrier in place, scaling up to the point where I can't do any damage, no matter what, of the light level cap. The light level needs to be a representation of how powerful my character actually is, and that light level should increase when I start to get higher tier loot. So at this moment, I'm running extremely easy activities just to grind light level, and it's not enjoyable. There's no chase, therefore. It is this process of running fireteam ops and solo ops and pinnacle ops just to gain loot, not because that loot is good or powerful.
Oh my god. I think I looked at this last week, but I didn't take the Shiba out. Thank you for that, Callie. Check Shushadu Legendary. Remind me to check that later. Nice. A dagger to match. Cool. Thank you, Random Seeker. And Yuna, thank you as well for the skin. Let's check them out. We got Collapsing Star. Okay, let's check it out. Wardrobe. How do I test my build? Like, where's the training dummy? Nice. This is the one I think I gotta go with because it's gonna match my sword. But that looks really cool too. Oh man, it's very fitting.
This is a video that a lot of y'all have told me to watch by our dear friend Lucy Fire. It is called The Tragic and Totally Preventable Decline of FFXIV, and I have been informed by Buns that I got a shout out in this video, and I can see that my video is actually linked in the pinned comment as well. So this is something that obviously I'm interested in, and I want to take a look at. Okay. This is a 40-minute video, so buckle in. We are going to be here for a little while. Okay, let me know if the audio sounds okay.
Hold on, you sick.
Bun boy. Is the audio levels alright for y'all? There's an echo. Okay. That's why we do this first. Okay, there we go.
Hold on.
How about that? I fixed the echo. Is the volume fine? Okay. Alrighty, let's dive in to this video.
Hold on, you
Bunny
sick
boy.
freak. Did you click on this video expecting to see criticism of God's most perfect game, Final Fantasy XIV? How dare you even imply it has problems that could use fixing? 14 has the best gameplay, the best job design, the greatest community, by the way, that your eyes have ever seen. And because my sense of self is inextricably tied to this game, I consider any criticism about it a criticism of me. So I'm going to be very upset if you have something negative to say, mister. Or at least, that's how it used to be. Back in the day, you couldn't say anything about Final Fantasy XIV without the game dev deriding army breathing down your neck. But these
Oh no,
days,
they're still there. Oh no, those people didn't go away. They're very much still around. It's just that different people with different opinions have started to go out the door.
I see videos criticizing 14 everywhere I look. They're practically the only 14 videos coming out these days. And by making this one, I feel like I'm jumping on a bandwagon of sorts. Please, look at my credentials. I swear I'm not a trend Andy. I have a long and fleshed out history of lovingly shitting on this game. That is, until one day, I stopped. I quit making videos about 14. I didn't talk about it on stream anymore. If somebody asked me when I quit, I'd laugh nervously while chat spammed clueless. I developed a script of sorts. Whenever people would ask me why I stopped playing, I told them that I burnt out. I told them that turning it into my job made playing it feel like work and that I just needed some time apart. But after literal years have passed, I realized that I was wrong. It's not that I was burnt out on 14. It's not that making videos about it ruined my passion for it. Those videos were made because I had passion in the first place. It turns out I lied. I didn't stop because I made it my job. I stopped because 14 has done nothing worth being passionate for.
Man. That actually hit me really hard. Like, sometimes I think that, like, I said it all the time. I'll be like, oh, well, you know, I've already been through the stages of grief with FF14, and, like, I moved on, and it's fine. Like, whatever. I can talk about it objectively now. But, goddamn, I cared about this game so much. I really, really did. Man, and it showed. That's like, look at my fucking channel. Look at my YouTube channel. All of my videos, like for 8 years, I made countless videos where all like you could almost say that my signature style was this enthusiasm, just joy that I had about the game, just absolutely boundless joy and excitement to play. And this is so relatable. We're not even 2 minutes into this video, and this is already hitting me like a truck. Because I too remember, you know, you come up with a script when people ask you, why aren't you playing? I went through that era where people are asking, why aren't you playing FF? And I think I also came up with a little script that's like, oh, well, you know, I just a little burnt out and I just rated too much and I just needed time away. But I got burnt out of rating before in Stormblood, and it didn't stop me from playing. It didn't stop me from like making content. I was still like, just things are different now. I feel, in a lot of ways, I feel just devastated that I feel like the game won't ever be what it was for me before. And at the same time, like, not to make this really needlessly personal, but at the same time that I felt like that shift happened, I also lost everything in my real life too. And the last few years have been really, really hard because I no longer felt like I even had the same FF14. Okay, let me shut up. That just, it's been heartbreaking. It has been heartbreaking to feel like I had to move on, and I didn't want to, but ultimately, like, what did I say when I even started the stream today? I'm like, well, you know, there's always going to be a soft spot in my heart for Final Fantasy XIV. I'm always going to be rooting for its success, and I'm looking forward to the live letter on Friday, and I'll always be a cheerleader for this game. I'll always hope for a better future, while at the same time, I'm like, I've kind of had to reorganize my life as a content creator, and a player, with the assumption that things won't change, so.
So, let's talk about that. And our
Yeah,
conversation is going to take a hot second, which means that at some point
that just hit me
I
really
might have an
hard.
opinion you disagree with. Feel free to run to the comments and write essays about how wrong I am because my autism enables me to enjoy reading unhinged manifestos about Final Fantasy XIV. Just keep in mind that despite popular opinion, I don't want the game to die. I want to see it rise out of the slump and go back to being the f***ing joy to play that it once was. Other than that, there will be very minor and vague spoilers for the story, so if you're a huge stickler for that,
So I'm
you might wanna
saying.
head out. Or don't. I like when people cry about spoilers they were already warned about. It gets me all hot and bothered. Oh yeah? You didn't know that they fight dragons in Heavensward? Keep going, I'm almost there. Anyway, no more
my
preamble, roll the damn clip. If I'm gonna talk about the problems with this game, I have to start with the game direction. 14 is not a difficult game and never really has been, which means I'm saying a lot when I tell you that the game has been gradually dumbing down, simplifying, and streamlining gameplay so that the player virtually never experiences failure. Let me put this in Joseph Anderson terms. If Elden Ring had a problem with making things too difficult to keep their reputation of try-hard gameplay alive, then 14 has the opposite problem. 14 wants to make things piss easy so that even a paraplegic chicken with Alzheimer's can keep up. Trust me, I've broken into Square Enix headquarters and I've seen the chicken. It's crazy shit.
I think it's an important point that what I feel like they're trying to avoid is having the player experience failure. I really feel like you hit the nail on the head with that take, because it's like, do they not trust that the player can experience failure and learn from that? Are they just terrified that the player will feel like they had a bad time and there's no way forward from that? Like, why are you so afraid of putting obstacles in the player's path? This is something that Yoshi P even kind of addressed a little bit before Dawn Trail, and whenever he said that they had been listening too much to people complaining, and he said they need to introduce more stress into the game. Do you remember him saying those things? And mostly he was talking about the battle content, but like they never want you to hit a roadblock or feel bad, or like any kind of failure of any kind. And anyway.
This stretches into every part of the base game, including dungeons, raids, hell, even old content isn't safe. They've been sent to Yoshi P's veterinarian practice to be declawed, defanged, and of course, utterly fucking neutered. Let me give you an example. One fateful day while playing 14, I got queued into Titan Normal, a very nostalgic pride. Great music, overused chicken nugget memes, but I can forgive him for the sins of Larry Zor. Now imagine my surprise when the new player fell off the edge, and 3 seconds later, I was able to res them. Right, I forgot having unique mechanics in fights might be too difficult for new players. So glad that's gone. And then I got the Aerie as my dungeon, and in the fight against Nidhogg, I realized there's no more Estinian there. I guess the devs thought casting Cure once or twice
What?
was too hard for the healers to handle.
I didn't know that. They got rid of Estinian in the area.
Never mind how that f***s with the lore or emotional impact. Just get rid of any failure point. It's too risky. What's really ironic...
Wasn't it so that they could program it for the AI to be able to run the dungeon? Like, this is a common theory. That, oh, well, the reason why they got rid of all these unique mechanics that could lead to a fail is because they need the AI to be able to successfully do it every time. But then again, okay, well, if you need to make a version of the dungeon that the AI can easily complete, that's the follower dungeon. That's the trust dungeon. So then doesn't that mean that you could have the normal mechanics in the version that players do with each other? So then the player even has an option between, oh, well, I don't really want any failure, so I'll go with the AI, it's going to take longer, or I want to experience some unique things, and I'll choose to go with players. Because other players, I assume, would be able to be doing more than AI bots. But... bots are more capable than the trust AI and have been for decades. That's no excuse. Yeah, that's also, it's kind of a shit excuse as well. It's assuming that they can't program the AI to handle it. I mean, yeah. Okay. I don't know.
And funny about this is that they've tried to backtrack recently. Don't get too excited though, it's the bare minimum. They made the new level 90 to 100 dungeons a bit harder than they were before. Stress on a bit. Not hard enough that you can't figure it out in the first run and then never have to think about it again, but still. That's progress, right? Well, in my opinion, it's too little and way too late. Now the case for why is hard to crack, but after decades of research, I think I know the answer. After snorting my 10% off with code Lucy Gamer Subs powder, I astral projected myself straight to Japan to play 5e chess against Yoshi P himself. My 1 million IQ mind translating his Japanese to perfect English before the words even left his mouth. And after 10 hours of pure strategy, I placed him in checkmate and was bestowed with the information. Secret agenda. Oh, it was for money. It really is that simple. Game easy. More people play a game. If more gamers
Oh my God.
play, then more is money. Shareholder,
Oh my God.
happy. Yay. It feels like these game
Oh
devs
my
are
God.
truly
That's hysterical.
terrified of losing your sub, and that means they're scared of anything that might drive off a new player. Anything
Yeah, but not taking risks is a risk. That's the biggest risk that they take.
that might take away that hit of dopamine that keeps you playing in the first place. They never want you to experience a negative emotion while playing their game. So what do? They take out challenge. They ask less of you. They give everyone the tools to survive so that if the healer is a literal toddler banging on the keyboard, you can still finish the duty without kicking them out. Why do you think Tenchi Jin was changed? Why is Black Mage getting more and more instant cast? Why did they decide pressing Kaiten before Midare was too difficult? Why else would they refuse to nerf Picto despite how unhealthy its numbers turned out to be for the endgame? If a job requires skill, it might drive the shitters away. And Square Enix can't have that.
Oh my God. Lucy, you can't just say that. What the fuck? This is too honest. Is this even allowed? Is this legal?
But their idea of making things easy to keep players
This is
is
horrible.
flawed. And to my shock, Yoshi P agrees with me. There's this nice little quote from him recently where he talked about how if a side-scrolling game doesn't have holes to fall into, then there's no fun in playing it.
Oh, you found that you got the receipts. Right. This is what I mentioned a few minutes ago about how he needed to introduce stress. Reflecting on FanFest, he said, as we continue to operate 14, something I regret is we made the game more comfortable, a game you can play without stress. But I think we overdid it. A video game should have an element of stress, but to handle that properly is extremely difficult. For example, in a side-scrolling game, if there aren't any holes you can drop down into if you miss a jump, of course the game would lose its stress, but also lose its fun. Speaking of FF14, I'd like to restore that part a little bit. Well, how's that been working out so far? Has that happened?
Where he talked about how if a side-scrolling game doesn't have holes to fall into, then there's no fun in playing it. I tell you, viewer, I cried tears of joy. Finally Yoshi understands. He's gonna do it, guys. He's gonna fix the game. And when I played the new dungeons, I felt that he was starting to fix that part of the game. The new normal trials were challenging in a fun way. I'll give them credit where it's due. They have tried to increase the difficulty for this expansion.
Trials. I loved Valley Armanda. It was really fun. I didn't really like the Zeralda fight. I like the scene fight, though I felt like it was missing some cool elements from the normal mode that they, for some reason, didn't put extra. But it was a little easy. A little on the easy side.
And it's a great change, and I appreciated it, but with the state that job design is in, I'm not really sure it matters. You'll hear other people say that jobs have become more and more homogenized over time, and I'm not going to disagree with them. It's bad for tanks, it's real bad for healers, and to hear you DPS mains tell it, it's not going too good on your side of town either. And maybe this is a controversial take, but here's the way that I see it. If I can level each healer, one after the other, and I barely have to change my approach to gameplay, I think there's a problem. Even if the encounters are marginally more difficult, the devs forgot that the core gameplay of a job is what creates someone who mains it and keeps playing the damn game. And the thing is, they used to understand that. Scholar was a busy mess in Stormblood, but it was my favorite iteration of the job to date. Astrologian was an RNG-dependent job, but making the best out of a bad card pull was part of the class fantasy.
Stormblood Astrologian is my Roman Empire. I think I mention it every single time that I have Final Fantasy stream. Every time. I'm like, hey, remember Stormblood Astrologian? Remember? Dark Knight is so different than it was when I mained it in Heaven's Word.
Dark Knight's dark arts required some thought.
Not just dark arts, but also mana management. You had to manage your mana back then. If you didn't have mana, you won't tank. You will not be able to tank. You could actually be in a situation where, because you didn't prepare yourself and your resources, you just won't be able to tank the boss. You are screwed. You could actually be caught with your pants down and be completely ineffective. This is not a situation that I think happens anymore with tanks.
Thought if it wasn't fun for the people who enjoyed actually managing their mana.
Hey, you did mention that.
By bit, they've been stripping
paused
out
it too
things to
soon.
make jobs different, and Summoner in particular got a complete
Summoner?
rework. Nowadays, if you like Dot, you can play Bard, I guess? Yes, I am well aware that this is God's most unpopular opinion. But seriously, why do they do old Summoner dirty like that? I'm saying this as someone who never mained the job, because I don't have to. I'd be pissed if it happened to my main, and with Healer, it kinda did happen to my main, so I'm sorry. But I do think it was a middle finger to that player base, and the bare minimum they could have done was make a Dot job that would replace it. But
I remember I was on such cope, but after the change to Summoner, I was on the biggest cope out of anybody. I defended this change so much because I did play Summoner, and I just finished practicing the old Summoner rotation for like a whole freaking month before they changed it completely and just threw it all in the garbage. So I knew how to play old Summoner. I loved it. And then whenever the change happened, and they made it completely different, just matched the colors job, I remember saying all the time on stream, because at the time, like, it was Shadowbringers era, wasn't it? I think so. It was Shadowbringers. I need the allergy pill. Was it Endwalker? I need to go get the allergy pill right now because I got serious. I'm sniffling. Yeah, okay. It was Endwalker. It was Endwalker because I was there. I tested it at the Endwalker media tour, and I wasn't in the Shadowbringers media. Yeah, that's right. Endwalker media tour was when I first experienced the new version of Summoner. I remember, and I remember first thinking, "Wow, is that it?" Whenever I first tested on the training dummy, I was like, "Wow, this seems really easy," but maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm not good at putting job rotations together, so maybe there's more to it, and I just don't know. I'm sure later we'll see that there's more to it, and there wasn't more to it. But I defended it for a long time. I remember saying, because I think part of this might have been because I loved Endwalker-based story so much, and when you love the story and like you're feeling good about the game, and it makes you look past things and make excuses for things more. I remember saying, oh, well, it's okay that they dumbed down Summoner so much and that the old Summoner I loved is gone and that we have a new Summoner. Because even though it's really bare bones, it's okay because it's a foundation that they'll build on later. Okay, so that's why they had to get rid of how it was because it's going to be really awesome. So you guys got to be patient, okay? They're just making it a good foundation to build on. Okay, so cut them a little slack. That's what I used to fucking say.
Past summoner mains got screwed, and there's no sign that they'll ever be unscrewed. They are permanently being by the massive of the job designers. And yeah, I know the player numbers were low. I know many people were dissatisfied that it didn't live up to the summoning lore. I know the dot playstyle was an acquired taste. But was the solution to that to completely nuke a playstyle out of the game and leave those fans with no replacement? It's sad because
You know what sucks about that? Because what was so cool about the old Summoner Break playstyle was that it took forever. It was like minutes long. And I remember feeling like at each part, each phase really felt like you are preparing to summon a big freaking demon, like a gigantic monster from the other world. And this is a process that takes patience. It almost felt like progressing a raid fight, going through your summoner rotation. Because there's like different phases. There's like phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and it just gets crazier and crazier the more you go through it. And that's how it should feel to summon a big freaking dragon, right? But now you just press a button. You don't even have to do anything to prepare for it.
you know, they could have done things
like a ritual.
For example, maybe a little less funding into the scam known as Blue Mage, and a little more into creating another Arceus spin-off. No, we're gonna keep making limited jobs. Okay. I guess I'll go kill myself. Time and time again, the devs have shown that they will choose the path of least resistance. And what they replaced Summoner with was by far the easiest job to play in the entire game. Sure, having a couple jobs that are plain dead isn't a bad idea, but you went and replaced one of the sweatiest dot time optimizing spreadsheet maxing player population.
This is actually, if you don't know what this is, I do. I actually recognize this spreadsheet. I was there. At the top, you might notice it says 5.0 Summoner Rotation Sheet. Yeah, so if you wanted to know how to play Summoner, you needed to. This is what you would get linked by other people. Here's a spreadsheet. And you know that I did look at the spreadsheet.
With that, I mean, this is nothing.
It was a little scary.
The greatest consequence to making everything easier to play. And if you're a healer main, you already guessed it, the total death of the Trinity system. And no, I'm not talking about the religious one. Let's think about the general premise.
Oh, you feel like there could have been a middle ground? Maybe by listening to the existing Summoner player base for different things that they wanted that might have made it, you know, a little clearer, a little less jank, and just better and more fun. Like, yeah, that might have been the thing. Square Enix does not understand what middle ground is. They don't. They know a little effort or like a gargantuan effort.
This of the Trinity. You have tanks, healers, and DPS.
Way back up.
It's dot time optimizing spreadsheet easier to play. And if you're a healer main, you already guessed it, the total death of the Trinity system. And no, I'm not talking about the religious one. Let's think about the general premise of the Trinity. You have tanks, healers, and DPS. DPS and healers can't take damage for shit, so they need tanks in order to not get DP double-fisted by any voided chocobo that looks in their general direction. Tanks need healers because even though they're the swinging schlong alpha podcast Chad of the team, they're only human. They can take more hits, but that doesn't make them immortal. Of course, DPS need healers because 90% of them suck at the game and they need someone to wipe their ass for them, as is the law of any MMO. And finally, tanks and healers need DPS because they don't want to spend 2 hours throwing cotton balls at the enemy until it finally keels over. And up until Shadowbringers, the Trinity was alive and well, gently suckling on one another's teats in the most beautiful little throuple you've ever seen. That all changed when the Bloodwedding Nation attacked. Do I just? Only a little bit. Warrior is far from the only problem with the Trinity system right now, but it was the first big blow, and the trend has only worsened with time. When I was still playing healer, anytime I got a warrior in my team, I would begin the 5-stage process of grief, because I knew I was about to have the most mind-numbingly boring dungeon experience of my goddamn life. There is no skill involved with carrying as a warrior. It is incredibly easy to press Bloodwedding on cooldown, and if you press it on cooldown, you win, whether you have a healer or you don't. In fact, if you want to be a real jackass, there's a fun little prank you can play on the party. If the healer ever dies, you can make sure you don't use any of your tools to keep the DPS alive, and then proceed to solo the boss, flexing your EP in front of their corpses, forcing them to wait half an hour for you to finish one enemy. Very fun. I love when that happens.
Whenever you're dead and you realize that the tank is gonna do this, and everyone's like, no, hey, go ahead and die, you can die, it's okay, we'll start over, and they don't, and you know, you might as well lock in for the night, because you're not going anywhere for at least half an hour. You gotta go grab a drink, go take a shot, maybe go to McDonald's, come back, do the laundry. I love it when the tank does that, because it reminds me of how cool he is. Usually when that happens, I think, oh my goodness, I had no idea that this guy was such a gamer and such a Chad. Thank goodness that he wasted all of our time and made this dungeon take 5 times longer than it needed to, because now I see that he's just such a Chad. So I'm very impressed.
And if the warrior is sentient enough to use their healing tools on the DPS, then it's straight up optimal to ignore the Trinity and run a dungeon with a warrior and 3 DPS
Actually,
instead.
yeah, it's
After
better.
all, DPS is king in this game, and for whatever reason, Daddy P has decided that healer should have the least of it. Nowadays, warrior isn't the only problem child. This plague of adding cracked healing tools to non-healer kits has only festered.
Yeah, but okay. Doesn't this also say something about the dungeon design? That this is possible, too? Like, it's not just the fact that healers, tanks have insane mitigation tools, which in self-sustain, but it's also the encounter design makes it possible, also. And I just don't think dungeons are very fun in 14 at this point. And I really don't know, like, having a more interesting boss here and there in Dawntrail hasn't really changed that opinion for me. I just don't think it's very fun.
Paladin also has incredible self-sustain, Gunbreaker has respectable self-sustain, Dark Knight is... okay, well, there's an exception to every rule, but the point is, the plague has turned into a pandemic, reaching even the DPS. Reaper has a heal over time, Dancer has an
True.
AoE heal, Summoner has an AoE heal, Pictomancer has a fucking shield. Am I missing anyone? Healers themselves keep getting new healing tools when they already have more healing than they'll ever need, as long as they play in a party that has a pulse.
Yeah, I mean, you look at how many healing tools a healer has. You look at the kit designed for a healer, and you might assume that this is a job designed to be healing around the clock, like sweating their buns off, constantly hitting every heal button and barely keeping a party alive based on how many tools that they have. That's just not the case. It just really isn't happening. You end up not using most of that.
People with an inflation kink must love this trend, because with the amount of bloat you have in healers kits, I doubt they're ever able to play this game fully soft. Yeah, but Lucy, that's just in dungeons and normal mode content. That doesn't matter. Only hard
10 glares to every 1 heal is a white mage. It's not fun.
has a pulse. People with an inflation kink must love this trend, because with the amount of bloat you have in healers kits, I doubt they're ever able to play this game fully soft.
But I want to press all the healing buttons. I like healing. I wanted to do that. There's a reason why. The only time I ever healed in FF14 was Stormblood Astrology. That's the only time. It's the only time that I felt like it was engaging for me. I have never done it outside of that. Ever.
Yeah, but Lucy, that's
It's
just
just
in
boring.
dungeons and normal mode content. That doesn't matter. Only hardcore stuff matters when it comes to balance. Follow Yoshi P's advice, and if you want to have fun as a healer, go play Ultimate. First of all, I hate this reasoning, because what you're really saying to me is this. Healers shouldn't be allowed to enjoy the game unless they're going sweaty try-hard mode. But hey, don't worry, I got you covered on that front.
Let me back up a little bit so I can get back on track to what we were talking about.
Oh, content, that doesn't matter. Only hardcore stuff matters when it comes to balance. Follow Yoshi P's advice, and if you want to have fun as a healer, go play Ultimate. First
is
of
so
all,
annoying.
I hate this reasoning, because what you're really saying
It's
to
so
me
annoying.
is this. Healers shouldn't be allowed to enjoy the game unless they're going sweaty try-hard mode. But hey, don't...
Well, it reminded me of, it's like if you're a healer and you're complaining that you're bored in casual content, yeah, people will just be like, oh, well, it's obviously you're supposed to be bored in the casual content. It's a dungeon. It's supposed to be exciting. You're supposed to be bored. It's fun. It's easy. Go do a Savage. And then if you say, well, I'm bored in a Savage, they say, well, Savage is supposed to be flexible content. Why don't you play Ultimate? Okay, it's not really meant for you then. If it's so easy for you, then it's probably a problem with you. You should do ultimate, and then you go do ultimate. And you're like, hey, I noticed that they cleared ultimate without healers. People will say, oh, well, that's not normal. It's just only 1% groups can do that, so it's nothing to worry about. I find that I don't have enough healing to do in the ultimate. It's just, don't worry about it. Just do ultimate. Also, saying just do ultimate is such a crazy thing to say. That's so crazy. You know that's crazy to suggest that someone get a group together of like unbelievably skilled players and dedicate a schedule in their life to consistently progress in its content for months. Probably at least weeks, if they're like god gamers. But more like months, maybe even years. That's what you're telling someone to do. I know people, it took them years to clear an ultimate. Why would you tell someone that as a solution? Ultimate is meant to be pie in the sky, not everyday content. So we want the everyday content to be fun and exciting for everybody, right? We want healers to have fun.
Don't worry, I got you covered on that front. Because Ultimate has already—
Did those people use cheat plugins though? Honestly, good question. Cheat plugins is a whole other enchilada, Infinity. I can't even, let's not even open that can of worms yet, but that is an issue.
Healer,
Yes.
go play Ultimate. First of all, I hate this reasoning. Because what you're really saying to me is this. Healers shouldn't be allowed to enjoy the game unless they're going sweaty tryhard mode. But hey, don't worry, I got you covered on that front. Because Ultimate has already been cleared without healers. Those are like the top
Those are the top 1%.
of players. Not
Top 1%.
everyone could do that. Yeah,
Mhm.
and I also don't know how to hack into Square Enix's mainframe and find the forbidden ERP logs between GMs. Is that a skill issue on my part, or do you think it's by design? Fact of the matter is, if the devs didn't want you clearing without healers, they wouldn't make it possible no matter what you did. They've gone back and fixed things where tanks weren't necessary. In the case of healers, they just don't care, and neither does the majority of the player base, it seems. I suspect it's because they don't want their overpowered healing toys yanked away, or because they don't play healer and—
I'm gonna play devil's advocate. If the content you're doing is too easy, then why wouldn't you try to do whatever the harder content in the game is? Totally valid and a normal line of reasoning. I think that the issue that is being criticized here, though, is that when healers are complaining about just feeling generally bored and not enough to do in the different levels and tiers of content. So feeling like, I think that ideally we want everything that you do to be satisfying and engaging in some way. And then whenever you are pushing yourself to go into a higher tier of difficulty, you're doing that because you want a greater challenge for yourself, not because you're bored to tears with what you're currently doing. If that makes sense. I think that a lot of times people say, oh, well, just go do something harder. To be dismissive to the person who's trying to voice that the content that they're currently doing, the content that they want to do, isn't really hitting it. It isn't really, you know, it's not, they're not getting out of it what they hoped to get out of it.
thus don't give a shit. But hey, it keeps happening and will continue to happen. The most recent Savage tier was cleared without healers. I think on week 2. Very ordinary stuff, perfectly healthy for the game. Wait, oh sh! I have an incoming voice message from Yoshi P.
Oh no!
You guys understand Japanese?
Oh my god.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, healers don't—
You know, the devs watch these videos. Yoshi P will 100% see this. Like, I have very little doubt. He's going to see that. Just you know that, right? He's definitely gonna see that. Yes, it says, enjoy the cuck chair healer mains, because this is your new normal. That's what it says.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, healers don't like Yoshi's cuck chair. In fact, healer disappointment has reached such an insane level that there's a thread on the official forums with over 1,000 pages. Healers are pissed, and the devs have been turning a blind eye to it since 5.0. 5 years. 5 years healers have been left in this state with no promise of balance or even changes to their DPS kit to at least give them something, anything to do while the warrior main solos by breathing. And if I sound gamer rage mad, it's because I am. I loved healing in this game, goddamn, but I was obsessed with it, talked about it all the time. Hell, I started my fucking career over it. So yeah, pardon me if I'm a little pissed, but I'm not going to apologize for having passion about a game I put years of my life into. The devs have 2 choices if they actually care about fixing this. They can either bring the roles back into balance with one another and restore the trinity, or they can admit they hate dealing with healers and just axe them entirely from the game. I'd take either one at this point. At least that would be proof that the devs have a direction in mind and that they're pursuing it with confidence. But for now, we're left with wishy-washy healer kits that only ever get fun when the party is really, really bad at playing the game. And considering how easy the content is, yeah, that usually doesn't happen. But I don't see this metaphorical genie being put back into the bottle. I don't think these
I also
devs are
don't
strong
think it's
enough.
going
Now
to
that they've
change.
given tanks and DPS these strong heal.
I think that I wouldn't put it as the devs aren't strong enough. I don't really see it that way. I can't make any kind of judgment call on what they're personally like, but I think that they just have this tendency to take half measures and take small steps instead of taking big, decisive action. Like, this is such a good point that she made about, I wish that they would just pick a direction and go full blast at it. So at least then it would feel like, instead of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, we'll test this out and see if players like it. And this is like, it feels like they don't have a clear vision and clear goal in mind that they could just go on like with confidence into the future. I think they're by constantly testing the waters to check player response and then moving based on that, I think this is not really a good strategy. And I think that it's affected the story too. Because I remember at the media tour for Dawntrail, Yoshi saying, you know, we're gonna see how players react to the story of Dawntrail, then we'll go from there. And I'm thinking, what the hell? Like, as a writer, I'm thinking, you don't have a, like, roadmap that you're confident about for this story? You're gonna just see what players think? That's crazy. To me, I thought that was crazy. I thought it was crazy. But this is apparently how they do everything. And I think it's too much. I think they've been listening a little bit, like, it's good to listen, but I don't know if they are tunneling on a certain people that they're listening to and not thinking of what everyone might want. I was listening to an interview that Novel did with Ian Hazzard-Hostess. It was a World of Warcraft interview the other day, it was last week. And in it, Ian said something that I felt was a pretty important revelation that they had over there, which was Ian said we need to not just listen to what players are asking for and what the vocal minority are asking for. We need to also think what do players want that are not vocal, which is the silent majority. What can we give players that we think we would be confident about, that we could give that they aren't asking for? That's a decision you have to make as a dev based on your inspiration and your like confidence in the product that you're creating.
They're not gonna take them back. Most warriors defend their overpowered job tooth and nail, and I mean, who can blame them?
Right, you can blame them, exactly. That's why a lot of times players will ask for stuff that isn't good for the game. Like, obviously you're not gonna be like, oh, you guys should definitely nerf my job. No one's gonna say that. Like, as a dev, you have to look at the balance and look at what's good overall for the health of the long-term health of the game.
I don't understand how playing something practically unkillable is fun for them.
Why
but
they ask?
whatever. Some
Yeah.
people like being the Mary Sue of an MMO. I can't criticize them because I sort of joined them.
Oh, Lucy, you haven't even started talking about the story, girl. We haven't even started on the story.
Switch to gun.
I haven't even talked about any of this shit. I mean, not on my main channel. I don't think I even mentioned this. I didn't have to. I have enough problems.
Breaker in 6.0 and didn't look back. The tank role as a whole is broken and receives constant glazing in the form of buffs, overpowered kits, and special mounts they get just for doing duties while existing as a tank.
Yeah.
I figured, why continue being a second-class citizen when I could just main a job that the devs actually like? And I think the switching of roles is what gave me the patience to keep playing for the majority of 6.0 to 6.5. But it wasn't enough. And unfortunately,
Why keep being a second-class citizen? I could switch to a role the devs actually like. This is like a military-grade cope that you have been on. And it really, I relate to you so much because it's like clinging on fiercely to the passion that you have, like fighting for it, fighting for your place in this game where you can keep loving it and keep enjoying it. Like, I've been there. I like just whatever it takes. If I have to change roles, I'll do it. Yes, Lumina. They're too cautious and cater to the wrong people. I agree with that.
patience to keep playing for the majority of 6.0 to 6.5, but it wasn't enough. And unfortunately for the players, and very fortunately for me, milking the hell out of this video's time duration, the Trinity system isn't the only thing showing a lack of effort from the devs. Perhaps one of the biggest so-called black pills in 14 is the slow removal of content over time. See, the whole idea behind having longer patch cycles and waiting longer for new content was that it would result in a better gaming experience. After all, what else are they doing with all that extra time? The answer may surprise you. Drum roll, please.
Oh no, oh
They
no.
added a grand total of exactly less content than you had in the 3-month patch cycle. You know, when I've had a long day of hard work, and I just need some time to unwind with my favorite MMO of all time, I love to go sit in my comfy chair, log in, and do nothing. God, I love doing nothing. How do the devs expect us to do all this nothing they're making for us? Sarcasm aside, I do see people questioning the devs' thought process all the time. Like,
Oh my
what
God.
do they see as the motivation to
Oh my
keep
God.
casual players logging in when there's nothing new to do for months at a time? Don't fret, because I'm 90% sure I have the answer. They are hinging their bets on the role-playing community. I genuinely think their idea is that enough people are going to reach enlightenment just by dressing up their cat girl and AFKing in Limsa Square with a dance emote. A paid dance emote, by the way. Because let's not forget that putting emotes in the cash shop is way more profitable than turning it into an event reward. God forbid we made actual content for the game. Just make product and sell it as quickly as possible or the shareholder might lose his erection. Yeah, man, the game devs do a little uptime maximizing of their own, and their motto is ABC. Always be cocksucking. But
Oh my
that's not
God.
it. They keep doing it because it works. There is a significant part of
Do you think that they really are just banking on the role-playing community to sustain the game financially through selling emotes? I don't know, because I don't have access to those numbers. Like, I don't know. Do role players even buy these outfits on the cash shop? If you're using mods that gives you the outfit for free that you can put on your character, why would you pay money for that if you could just have a mod that puts it on your character for you? Yes. What does chat think? They are still paying the sub. Yes, that is true. My theory is they're designing for the JP community who have only 2 hours or less a day. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense to me. to play the game. For them, they have enough content. The reason that that makes a lot of sense to me is because of Yoshi P's response when he was asked about dungeon design, and he defended this in the dungeon package, saying that they perfectly mathematically math out how long the dungeon will take so that a person with extremely limited time can like book it into their schedule for the night. So they know exactly how long it's going to take for them to do it. That makes a lot of sense. They're designing it for people that have literally 1 to 2 hours to play. But I think that's still possible to do while having it be a little bit more fun. Like, I think not having a lot of time to play doesn't necessarily mean that the time you spend has to be like that formulaic too. Especially modders doing their job for them, making clothes and training skins reskin and reskin, and the list goes on. Do role players? Okay, as role players, I have to say yes, they are making bank. I know role players a lot of them have more than one character too, so you're buying it multiple times for different characters. It's partly an overcorrection from FF11. Zep, I don't get it. His healer's really been useless for 5 fucking years. The usefulness of a healer depends on how bad the party is. So a healer will be very useful while you're learning, but then they kind of do outlive their usefulness. Oh god, that sounds horrible. I can't speak to that. To be perfectly honest with you, I only played a healer in Stormblood with Astrology. I'm not a healer main, so I'm not the person to really ask about how it's been. I can only tell you my experience with why I'm not a healer main, because it's just not been fun enough for me to stay interested. I have ADHD, and this requires me to be, like, pretty engaged, or else I'll get bored, whatever I'm playing. That's why I like Dancer so much. Dancer's great. But as fun as Dancer is, I still find myself bored in dungeon content. So, when you get to the late game, Tank takes the healer behind the shed, and we don't talk about that. Yeah. Okay, anyway, let's just continue. Let's continue on.
Always be sucking. But the sad part is, they keep doing it because it works. There's a significant part of the player base that couldn't give a shit about the actual game. They just use it as their ERP hub and keep their sub active so they can find out what happens at the end of the Rogan and Gate thing they started last Wednesday. Sprinkle a little cash shop slut glam on top, and you have Yoshi P's dream player right there. And
to be honest, we have not gotten enough slut glams in the cash shop at all, okay? Like, I'm the first to buy those. And lately, it's been this baggy street clothes. I don't want that. I personally find it hard to believe that the devs are consciously saying to each other, hey, let's just not make content, and only the people doing roleplay and ERP will play our game. Like, I don't think that they're consciously doing that. That doesn't make sense. That's why, to me, it makes more sense that they're just designing the game for people with very limited time. Very limited time. That's why. But then again, they could also feel like, okay, the amount of content we make is enough. The number of sales we make in the cash shop right now is enough. It's sustaining us. This model we have now is giving us enough to proceed. And therefore, we don't need to push the envelope. We don't need to, like, go crazy. We don't want to change it up too much, because what we're doing now is okay enough. And to me, it's just, who can possibly explain their refusal to innovate and push out a lot of new things? I don't know. That's not something I have information about.
let it be known that I'm not getting on roleplay. I've done a little cringe activity back in my Tumblr heyday, but I'll be damned if I let Yoshi P prioritize the roleplaying.
Let me just say one more thing. Oh my god, I know I'm pausing it constantly. I know I'm pausing it constantly. I love the role-playing community. I think it's amazing. The game has such a fantastic role-playing community, and of course it does, because we have incredible emotes in this game. However, biggest issue I have with the cash shop and all that is the fact that there's just no way at all to work towards getting cash shop items outside of paying money. And this is the only MMO that I play where that is the case. I play Elder Scrolls Online, and I play World of Warcraft. And in both of those games, there are methods in place that if you really wanted something in the cash shop and you don't have real money to spend on it because you're already paying for a subscription fee, you can do activities in the game. And through those activities, you can collect a currency that will let you buy the thing that way. And FF14 doesn't let you do that, which I think is pretty bad in the modern space.
Have Yoshiki's dream player right there. And let it be known that I'm not bidding on roleplay. I've done a little cringe activity back in my Tumblr heyday, but I'll be damned if I let Yoshiki prioritize the role-playing scene over actual content. The fact that a lot of people defend the cash shop is another debate entirely. Mishapen Chair made a great video on that, so check that out in the pinned comments if you want to hear my controversial take. I'm not getting into it here, but even if you ignore the paid emotes, paid outfits, paid dice, paid mounts, you get the idea. Then you'll have to wrestle with the fact that the game objectively has less content than ever before. Let me give a brief overview. First, we went from getting 2 new expert dungeons in a patch to only 1. Whatever. Small potatoes, right? Just walk it off. And then we lost our job quests and got role quests instead. A decently sized flow. Many people enjoyed them, and we would no longer be getting updates to the quests that embellish the job and class fantasy we were so drawn to in the first place.
Man. Role quests. God. God. I remember back at 2 when we got 2 dungeons per patch.
Game. I guess it was too much to keep up with.
I
At
guess.
least we still have our relic grind. It was too much to keep up with.
I
At
guess.
least we still have our relic grind, right? Isn't that something we can spend a lot of time having fun with in game? Sorry, man. About those relics, yeah, those are just tomestones now. Yeah, you can just buy it by running the same 2 dungeons in Expert Roulette over and over again. Sorry. Is that disappointing? Don't worry, guys. We're working on new content. There's just so much other content we're developing. Can't you see? Look at how much content you have now. What are the new things we have? Well, we have Island Sanctuary, which turned out to be less like a farming simulator and more like a click and wait simulator. We also have Criterion Dungeons, which gave out less than the farming simulator and more.
I was excited for Island Sanctuary because I was expecting the gameplay loop to be something similar to Animal Crossing or Stardew Valley. Instead, it's just an Excel spreadsheet simulator. Yeah, they turned the most playground, player agency-driven, creative content, type of content, into a straight-line conveyor belt. I'm actually shocked by the implementation that they went with. I could not believe it. When we first unlocked Island Sanctuary, everybody had the same kind of feeling, like, what? I thought we were supposed to be on vacation. I thought this was like an island getaway. But that would be the first time we found out that they don't know what vacation means. Okay.
Or like a click and wait simulator. We also have Criterion Dungeons, which gave out less than stellar rewards. We also have new extreme trials. I mean, not really, they're just old extreme trials rebalanced for the current level cap, so we're just recycling old shit and putting mediocre rewards on it. But yeah, that's technically new. We're also getting seasonal events. Less and less with each one taking...
Disappointed in seasonal events. A few lines of dialogue, walk X feet, a few lines of dialogue, return. A few lines of dialogue. Seasonal event complete. I wouldn't even use the word lackluster. It's not strong enough. It's a shame because I have fond memories of making plans with friends to go check out seasonal content, play mini games, check out the attire and decor. It's a shame because I have other titles in my regular rotation that put honest effort into their events. I'm not paying $15 a month to play those titles. Yeah, events in FF14 are pretty lame compared to other games that I play. But I think that, again, this might go back to our running theory about how they're trying to design a game for people that have extremely limited time. Because every time it's taken about the exact same amount of time for me to get to the point where I started the quest and the point where I have got the item from the event. And that seems to be the most important thing, is just making sure that it takes a very specific amount of time to finish. But, oh man. The holiday events. The last time I did one was for the Valentine's event, and it was okay. Like, the stories haven't really been great, but this one was, I think, slightly better than the Christmas story, which was, I think, quite bad. The Christmas story, I think it was, hey, everybody's working really hard, and so can you pass out juice to everybody in the new screenshot area? And you say, okay, and you go pass out juice, and you're done. That is it. That was the story. That was the Christmas story. So, I mean, I don't usually expect the stories to be great, but I think that's, more and more I start to feel like that's kind of an issue, because there's other games I play where seasonal stories are fun, and they're cute. You know, they don't have to be life-changing. I don't have to cry. But I mean, they can feel a little more inspired than that. I don't know. I did the Valentine's story on stream, and okay, I don't have to beat a dead horse about this. Let's just move on.
Less
Just move
time
on.
than the one before it and offering increasingly worse rewards and...
They used to be good. I remember the orphan story from Christmas one time being really cute. I remember the Little Yeti story. It was really cute. They've done it a couple times.
Other than that, we have, hold on, let me just sift through my files here. We have, oh, here it is. We finally put Hilda's hairstyle in the cash shop. What's that? Have we fixed the housing situation? Well, no, that's not. Yeah, you do have to stay sub to keep your house. Of course you do. Are you looking for it?
I swear to God, the threat of losing my house is the only thing that keeps me playing during dead patches. And by playing, I mean paying $15 to log into my house, then immediately log out once. every 30 days. Lord forgive me, but I was so grateful for periods of crisis like the hurricane that paused the demo timer. Oh my god, what the fuck? That's horrible. Oh my god, that's horrible. That's
Are you
horrible.
looking forward to getting new outfits in the Dungeons and Crafted gear? Don't go too crazy with your expectations there. The vast majority are just recolors and
Just don't have a house, man. Just don't. Just give up on it, okay? I don't have one anymore. I gave up.
Are you looking forward to getting new outfits in the Dungeons and Crafted gear? Don't go too crazy with your expectations there. The vast majority are just recolors and dyeable versions of old stuff. Did
Yeah.
the Hrothgar at least have hats yet? Oh yeah, it has been years by now. Hey,
This is a new trend, isn't it? The Endwalker dungeon armor sets being recolors. Yeah, is this a new trend? I feel like I remember them doing the dungeon armor set showcase in the past. Like, I remember when they released the, for Shadowbringers, the Dungeon with the Castle, and they released that gear that's like wolfy gear. It used to be, I think I remember them doing like dungeon armor showcase for every patch, but I could be wrong. This might be interesting to look into to see if this is actually a new trend. How many times are we getting new dungeon gear sets or not? Yeah. I thought it was criminal there was only one Cyberpunk set and everything else was a recolor. Seems same as in the past, sometimes new, sometimes a reskin, or dyeable. of previous set. Yeah, I don't have the data on that, but I'm curious.
Versions of old stuff. Do Viera and Hrothgar at least have hats yet? Oh yeah, it has been years by now. Hey man, the devs need 4 months between patch cycles. What are you, a slave driver? The trend is clear. You, as the player, are getting less and less content while putting in the same exact money you did when they were giving you more. And there are people out there who will tell you that wanting more is bad. That wanting more is asking for the game devs to be overworked and abused. Who are these mysterious individuals, the White Knights, who come to defend the billion-dollar companies are? The legendary, the fabled, the ever-present great community, by the way. That's right, if all of that wasn't enough, Final Fantasy XIV is backed up by a community that defends it from criticism as if 14 is the project of a few poor, underfunded indie devs instead of Square fucking Enix. The great community, by the way, gamer follows a simple line of protocol. The DDD. Deny, dismiss, and downplay. That's a fun game you can do. See if you can spot the different types as we go along. The most infamous part of these specimens is their constant criticism of, quote, elitism within the game. Of course, to them, elitism is when you're semi-competent at playing. Asking for harder normal content so you don't fall asleep in dailies? Elitism. Asking for job complexity? Elitism. Asking for healers to have more DPS options? Believe it or not, elitism. In their eyes, anything that doesn't cater to the lowest common denominator is for elitist scum. And you better believe that if you want to kick that healer from your party who's doing nothing but casting cure when you're already at full HP, you're just elitist, bro. You're not dead, so they're totes doing their job. How dare you ask for more from the player base? Stop being such an elitist, my guy. Not everyone wants to try hard by having a basic understanding of the game like you. They've done this since the dawn of the game, always hiding behind some corner, waiting for someone to make the grave error of asking for more difficulty or complexity. Then they jump out of the bushes to tell you that they know someone who's disabled, or someone who doesn't have a lot of time to play the games, or someone who only plays for the sword. As if there aren't already solutions to every one of these problems. You suck at the game and don't want to burden anyone? Use Trap.
Today's video is going to be a quick guide on how to hunt spined Lirupia in Old School RuneScape. For the requirement to have that, I recommend Graceful. Again, make sure, I think, yep, there's one right there. So we're going to go ahead and trap this pit, and then you're going to poke them with the teasing stick and just jump on over. So sometimes they will jump over.
you're busy and you want to see just the story, watch a playthrough of only the story parts. Dozens of those exist on this very platform. If you're disabled but want to play with your friends, why not try out Summoner, a very mobile job that can be played with one hotbar and controller. It's not that people don't want these accessibility options to exist, it's that they don't want that to become the entire game. Future Lucy adding to this point, I really hate the accessibility argument that people make to defend the devs, because while I was putting together this video, I literally found a thread with about 80 pages worth of people talking about how the new graphics hurt their eyes and makes the game unplayable. These people have gone completely ignored, with not even a mention from the devs. And considering how easy it would be to add some settings to get rid of the bloom and maybe lower the brightness, I really don't know how you could actually believe they care about accessibility. Okay, back to the video.
Yeah, I think obviously we want the game to have options for people that are disabled, that don't have a lot of time, that are new. We want that. The problem is when these desires and these needs are weaponized by people that use it to dismiss valid criticism of the game. That is horrible. Like, that is the case a lot of the time. You know, you're just trying to point out like how you want a game to have be a little more challenging for you, and make you feel more engaged in various ways. And someone who just doesn't want to hear it, it's just another little thing some people like to pull out of their pocket to be dismissive. Oh well, yeah. Obviously we want accessibility options, and we want different tiers of difficulty that can cater to different kinds of people, that can engage with the game in various ways for all kinds of million different reasons. That's something I think that the game could really improve at personally. Like, I never would want the game to just suddenly get harder and leave a ton of people in the dark, or leave a ton of people behind. I don't want that. I want there to be, as I've always said, a normal spectrum of difficulty that you can hop in at wherever you're comfortable with and progress from there in a way that's natural to you. This is something that actually I think World of Warcraft does extremely well. It's one of the reasons that I found that game to be so accessible. No matter how much effort you want to put in, no matter how much time you want to put in, there's something for you that's going to be fun. That's there for you. But the problem is when people use this, they throw out accessibility options just so that you'll shut up, really. Like, this is not the same as people that genuinely want different kinds of options.
That deserves mentioning. But in the eyes of the great community, by the way, this is toxicity. And asking for normal mode content to be anything more than a brain-dead slog is a sin. But they defend much more than the gameplay. They're also ride or die for the story, no matter how low it's fallen. Let's take Dawntrail, for example. Twitter in particular was the Wook Lamont defense squad. Any criticism of her writing would get you called a plethora of insults. Illiterate, brain-rotted by TikTok, and edgelord. I'm pretty sure they just started pulling shit out of a hat at some point. There were even people straight up calling the story brilliant and some of the best writing in the game. If you don't like it, you don't have an attention span. You're just a selfish brat who can't stand when the spotlight isn't on you. You're just a bigot. You hate women. You're a negative Nancy who hates happiness. And if you're right and the story is mid and the quality is down, don't worry. They're just world building right now.
It's just exhausting. Really. I've heard it all at this point. It's exhausting to constantly try to have a conversation with people that only engage with you in bad faith. They don't care about listening to what you have to say. They don't care. They only want to dismiss you and get you to shut up already. That's it. Like, it's tiresome.
Possible to make a good story in a new world, right? Let's ignore the fact that they literally did that with Shadowbringers. Let's make excuses for the writing team. Guys, have some sympathy. It's really hard to sell books too, because all of them are required to world build for 400 pages before they make things interesting. That's why there's no such thing as a booming bookstore industry selling novels that only have one volume. This community made me feel genuinely gaslit about my experience with Dawntrail. It wasn't just one or two people jumping to the game's defense, it was thousands. But if I had to summarize my thoughts on the story after giving it time, letting it sink in, and coming back to it with a clear head, it still felt like an insult to the player's intelligence, as if it was asking you to forget every lesson you learned in each expansion up until that point and throw it all away.
That was how I felt.
This time, the happy and wholesome character will get exactly what they want, with no real long-lasting consequences thrown their way. It was so antithetical to the worlds of Heavensward and Stormblood and Shadowbringers to the point that I could not reconcile them. It legitimately killed my interest in the story. I'll pause my thoughts on Dawntrail there, because this is more so about the toxic positivity the community throws at it, and other creators have already done a great job breaking it down, particularly Zepla's video, which I highly encourage you to check out if the topic interests you. Her thoughts almost perfectly echo mine.
Thank you.
So just imagine Zepla saying it in a much whinier, annoying, and high-pitched voice, and then it's almost like you're still listening to a Lucy Carter video. Does it end here? Do they at least know?
I appreciate that. Appreciate the shout out. Hey, that's me. I did the story, and it was devastating. I could not even really talk about the story for at least a month. I realized that I felt a lot of different just bad feelings about it, and I took a lot of time away just to clear my head so I could come back and make a video that I felt would be objective and that would just, in the most civil way possible, lay out everything that I felt was a genuine writing issue. And I'm really proud of that video. I think I accomplished what I set out to do, but there's still so much that I need to say, and it's been really, really difficult to go back and like say more, because typically, my content on my channel has been driven by passion. Passion and love and excitement and joy for the game. That is my whole YouTube channel. Is all that. That's all of it. That's the engine. And without that passion, like really revving the engine, it has been slow going indeed. I'm still working on it. I do have a video in the works. It's like, there's so much more I need to say, but I don't know. It's been hard. This is actually the first time in all my years of playing FF. I started in 2015, so it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. This is the first time where I just didn't care about upcoming story. Like with 7.1, when 7.1 was coming out, I remember saying, I don't really expect the story to be good, but I'm looking forward to the other content. That's insane. That's actually crazy for me to say something like that. Same for the 7.2. We have a live later on Friday. And I'm like, well, I'm looking forward to the content, like Occult Crescent, and I hope I'll enjoy that, and the new dungeon and stuff, but I do not care about the story. I don't think this story is going to be good. They've completely, like, I have zero faith that it's going to be good. I'm waiting for 8.0 at this point. If 8.0 is a disaster, I really don't. I'll just become a Meteion, probably. I'll just I'll become a blasphemy. It'll just be totally, it's gonna be bad. So hopefully it will be good, but
when to call it quits. Sure, they blow smoke at the gameplay and the story's apps, but surely they wouldn't defend something serious like, I don't know, a huge gaping security flaw? Nope, and strap in, because 14 players still stand in the way of the game's progress, even when it makes zero sense to do so. And I can prove it, they had one of their absolute greatest hits about 7 months ago, back when the devs rolled out their new blacklist system. For those of you who don't know, there's been some recent drama regarding data exploits, and without going into the nitty-gritty, here's what that means. Stalking you on your alts just became easy as hell for bad actors. Some absolute prophet, known as Fori Nanari Sanar, Paulo Duvernay, tried to warn the community at large about this, but they hated the Messiah because he told the truth. Anyways,
that's still miles and leagues better than the previous system where you couldn't get away from
8 months ago. That's right, we actually covered this. There was somebody 8 months ago who posted on Reddit saying, hey guys, this seems like a pretty serious security flaw. And someone could totally take advantage of it to like make a stalking add-on. What should we do? And everyone's like, oh my god, what are you so upset about? This is no big deal, shut up.
You believe it if you wanted to.
They're blacklisted anyway, so what's it matter?
What does it matter?
From them having their loads down. People have been tracking other players for years. I'm sure the stalkers love watching me AFK it'll do for 96 hours.
Well, hardly ideal. The people who would benefit from this the most are getting blacklisted anyway.
If you're getting into situations where you're worried about people spreading slander about your alt accounts, even after you blacklisted them, you need to really touch grass and reevaluate your relationship with online game.
You need to touch grass. That's what they said. Yeah, this is actually a perfect example of what goes on in this community. That's so exhausting to me. Because honestly, this is just one small example, but it happens with every fucking thing. And then people wonder why things get worse. Well, it's because every time somebody tries to point something out that is a problem, they are just, they're hounded by a million people coming out of the woodwork to tell you that it's not a problem and to gaslight you. And it's tiresome. I don't know if I can deal with it, honestly. I have taken I'm still part of this community, and I guess I always will be, but goddamn. I'm streaming it a lot less, and I'm playing other stuff a lot more. And it has been a breath of fresh air to go into another game and be able to criticize it. And other people are like, oh, yeah, maybe that's a problem. Did you realize how crazy that was for me the first time I did that? I pointed out a problem in another game I was playing. And people are like, oh yeah, that could be an issue. I don't know. I'm like, what? You're not gonna... You think it's okay that I just said something bad about the game? I don't know, like, the game sucks sometimes. I'm like, what the fuck? Where am I? That's not normal.
For as important as the information within it turned out to be, only got 10 upvotes. Artwork of someone's borderline naked cat girl gets 100 times more. And the comments within the actual thread, all different ways of saying, no one gives a fuck, or it's not a problem anyway, or yeah, it's a problem, but you're just being paranoid if you think people will actually stalk you. Comments filled with misinformation and people who have no clue what they're talking about. All things they said with confidence and upvotes before an actual stalking plugin was created and distributed publicly to players, forcing everyone to pay attention to the very real issues Square Enix had created. If you've never been in a situation where you had to worry about your privacy in the online game that you use to unwind and relax, then congratulations. I envy you. But I am asking you to exercise a shred, a fucking modicum of empathy when I tell you that there are awful, terrible people out there who stalk and harass and threaten over the most irrelevant shit you can think of. Undercutting on the market board, leaving a free company, having a bad day in Party Finder, rejecting someone who asked them to be their RuneScape girlfriend. All of these things have been reasons for stalking in-game. So I just... Rejecting someone who asked them to be their RuneScape girlfriend. All of these things have been reasons for stalking in-game. So I just want you to put yourself in their shoes for a moment. What if every time you wanted to have fun with your favorite game, someone came up to you and started giving you shit? What if no matter how many times you blocked them, they'd always have a new alt troll you in? What if they somehow knew where you were in-game all the time? Wouldn't you just want some fucking privacy? Wouldn't you appreciate having a little bit of your anonymity back? If you can't understand why it's a problem, I can only assume one of two things. One, you're naive as hell, and you think evil people don't exist. Or two, you're a complete asshole who doesn't care about others, and you're arrogant enough to think it could never happen to you. Well, for your sake, I hope you were fucking right, because Square Enix has responded to the situation, and
I will say that everyone I know has either had a stalker in FF14 or knows someone that has had a stalker. That is not normal. The number of stalkers in this game is absolutely sky high, and I don't know why that is, but that is the case. Everyone I know has had one or knows someone that has one. Like, that's a close friend. It's horrible. It's horrific. But it's not a problem, I guess.
Their response was, and I practically float. Oh my god, Dasha, please don't make plugins or stuff on your show. That is very mean. We will sue. Hello? Future Lucy back again to let you know they have addressed this issue again in the latest live letter, but it's still unclear if they have an actual plan to fix it, or if they're just reminding us that they know about it. At the very least, they don't seem to be in a rush to patch this out, so the point still stands.
They said they would start working on it in 7.2. So they're gonna start working on a concept of a plan in 7.2. So that's... In the chat right now, tons of people say that they indeed have had a stalker. I had a stalker and I'm a loner. I had one, legit. I've had people go as far as sending me fake Discord DMs they had with my partner. That's what I'm saying. It's horrible.
No fix for the exploit, no rushing to solve their security flaws, nothing that would actually solve the problem permanently. Because even though the plugin is no longer being distributed, they can't delete it from the people who already downloaded it. They can't stop people from making new copies. And hell, even if they magically could, the security is so bad that all you need is fucking Wireshark to figure out what you need to know. So no, their response is not enough. It's a joke. And it shows zero consideration for the people playing their game. I hate that this community dismisses real concerns until they're impossible to ignore. I hate that the person who whistleblowed this on Reddit was treated like a paranoid idiot. I hate that people defended the devs when they were objectively, factually undeserving of that defense. I hate how they are always standing in the way of this game's progress, as if 14 is this fragile being made of glass that will shatter if any criticism brushes its surface. But you know what? 14 can't withstand.
But you know what? That's also lately how it seems the devs feel. Based on the way that they approach creating content. It's like they see it as this fragile piece of glass that will shatter if people criticize it or have anything bad to say about it. Feels like that.
And criticism of a literal security flaw, then I don't think it deserves our money in the first place. We as a community need to be better. We deserve better. And we should be asking for better. Stop cutting yourself, roast some balls, and quit paying them the sub money that they're just gonna use to bend over and fuck your cat girl wife with.
Oh my god!
Security, because it's the bare minimum you deserve. This game is never,
wow.
And I do mean never.
Holy shit, Lucy. You're just straight up telling people to just unsub over this. I mean, I think the fact that they can't guarantee you the basic security of your account ID, account information, that is a valid reason to unsub.
Going to improve as long as the player base is happy to consume whatever slop the devs dish out. Thankfully, the sheer number of people talking about the decline of this game and the dwindling sub numbers gives me hope that the tides are finally shifting. That players are starting to wake up to the problem that's been staring them in the face for so long, and that problem is this. Many of us sense no love or passion from the game devs. And sure, maybe we're looking in the wrong places. Maybe there are nuggets of careful thought and planning somewhere in the overarching scheme of things. But do we see it in the outdated character creation? Do we see it in the writing? Do we see it in the job design? The answer may shock you, but no, they're giving us the same old content cycle we've had since the Realm Reborn. New expert dungeon, new extreme trial, new 24-man raid, new 8-man raid, go try hard savage, go try hard to shiny new ultimate, but very little mid-core content to feed those in between, or even casual content.
Wow, I could not agree more.
The gear farm is the same as
This is how I
ever,
feel.
and as stinty as ever, not allowing you to try new jobs in in-game without investing your limited resources into it. Fuck with the way tomes are done in this game, I feel like Final Fantasy XIV is a gacha game and I just hit my Battle Pass weekly XP limit. Why the hell am I paying a monthly subscription for a free-to-play experience? If the devs
Oh my
don't-
god! Oh my god! Let her cook.
Us to be able to play every job on
Let me back it up.
for content to feed those in between, or even casual content in Dawntrail's case. The gear farm is the same as ever, and as stinty as ever, not allowing you to try new jobs in in-game without investing your limited resources into it. Fuck with the way tomes are done in this game, I feel like Final Fantasy XIV is a gacha game and I just hit my Battle Pass weekly XP limit. Why the hell am I paying a monthly subscription for a free-to-play experience?
I can't believe
The
this.
devs want us to be able to play every job on one character. Then why can't they put their money where their mouth is and fix the gear problem? The game devs are playing a type of gay chicken with all of us. Yeah, I said it. Just instead of making homoerotic eye contact, they're trying to see how little they can give before you finally break away. And can you blame them? Why would you try new things if people are paying pretty old? Why work harder when you can make up the missing sub money in past shop sales? Why give a shit when the shareholder has lined pockets and fat stomachs? When Square Enix takes the money this game makes and shuffles it into other, less successful projects. And in that same vein, I feel terrible on the behalf of the devs who do put in effort, only to not be rewarded for it, only to have the profits they they may siphon into projects that have nothing to do with them.
That's Square Enix.
motivating for anyone. And Square Enix needs to do better by them as well. The devs of this game can be better because they have been better. This is a verifiable fact. They have made fun and engaging jobs in the past.
True.
They have made challenging content. They have added events that give cosmetics instead of shuffling them into their cash shop. They can do it again, but they won't unless the numbers speak. They won't unless Tanaka Shareholders-san starts knocking on their front door or back door. I'm not sure which position Japanese game devs prefer. At least at Blizzard, I heard they like doing it with milk or something. Whatever. The point is, with all of the doom posting about sub numbers and game dissatisfaction going around, I want to encourage you to do just one thing. Don't pity the devs. Don't pity Yoshi P. Don't feel bad that the game is declining, or that sub numbers are dwindling, or that most people who talk about the game only have negative things to say these days. Don't sink into paranoia that the game is going to die if you criticize it, because the irony is that if you don't, it probably fucking will. Join them, add to the voices speaking out, and then maybe, just maybe, Final Fantasy XIV will go back to being a game worth making videos about, worth playing, worth investing time into, and absolutely worth making sexy fanboy ops to ELP with. Yeah, I do want this game to struggle. I want people to speak up loud and clear about the problems they have with it. I want to see the consequences of years worth of bad decisions pile up on the devs, and I want them to feel the full weight of it on their shoulders, not because I'm a WoW Andy who jumps ship, not because I'm a shitster who loves to see people suffer, but because I'm a proud 14 player, and I refuse to stand for what my game has shit the bed and fallen into. If a period of low numbers in sales is what we need to get back on track, then I welcome it with open arms. I want to see these capable game devs wipe the dirt off, roll their sleeves up, and get back to cooking some real gamer shit. In conclusion, Mikodes, get money. I can't sign your stuff. This video has been a long time coming. It took me
I'll let it play
a while
out.
to write because I couldn't organize my thoughts or figure out exactly what deserved to be said and what was just rambling. I'm pretty sure I still rambled, but you'll have to forgive me for that on the account of I'm a woman and that's what I do best by nature. There are a lot of emotions and feelings intertwined with what I hope are valid points to be made about the game, so it took me a while to make this script coherent. I have no clue how many people who watch me care about 14 these days, but this is something that's been lingering in my subconscious for over a year now. Now that it's finally out of my head, I feel a lot better, and I hope it helps everyone understand where my mind is at in terms of the game right now and making content for it. There's probably stuff I'm missing or forgot to mention, but since this will probably be my longest script to date, forgive me if I forgot to mention whatever Yoshi P's aunt's uncle's dog's cousin is up to lately. Besides, that's what the comment section is for. Please share your thoughts if you have any, because I genuinely want to hear them. And for those of you who are bigger fans of me, thank you very much. Thank you for your endless reserves of patience and your kindness and waiting for me to finally get my shit together enough to make this. And a shout out to all of you who still have a YouTube membership to me, even though I haven't been feeding you very well at all. And finally, a special thanks to my patrons, especially those of you at the highest tier.
So, man, this pretty much exactly sums up the way that I feel about the state of the game and like the sense of wanting the game to be good again, like to be the game that I loved before. But I don't know if I really have hope at this point. I feel like as time goes on, it becomes more and more difficult for me to believe that things will change significantly, because I think that they get a lot of vocal positive feedback for things that the game is doing now that I fundamentally don't really like, and they seem confident in a lot of ways on a direction that I don't know if I can follow them on. And I'm kind of like, I don't know if it's healthy for me to continue to like hope and wish and pray for things to be better without seeing evidence for it first. I need to see more proof in the pudding of a real change. Yeah, I think it was absolutely fantastic video. And I relate to her in so many ways. Like, we've been through, it feels like we've been through the same struggles, and we're still going through the same kind of process. And this was actually so cathartic for me to watch as a creator, because it's just, you know, me, my life has been dedicated to this game for a decade, and feeling like I need to let go when I didn't want to has been awful. Like, logging in and feeling like suddenly there was nothing for me to do just felt really bad. And feeling like I need to switch gears, I need to restructure my life, I need to stream different things, I need to make different kinds of videos. You know, I have to make a new direction, I feel, if I'm gonna survive. And because I don't want to just complain about FF14 all the time. I don't want that. I don't want that. But I feel like every time that I talk about FF14, I don't really have anything positive to say. So, like, why would I continue to do that? You know? Why would I keep doing that? I'm vocal where I can be, but I don't work for Square Enix. It's their responsibility to make their game better. It's not mine. I have to go play what's fun for me right now. That's what I have to do. And I want it to be FF14, but right now it's not. So, yeah. I really appreciate the video, and I appreciate the shout out in it. It's nice to hear that I'm not alone in the way that I feel, even though it's also sad to know that I'm not alone in the way that I feel. One thing that you really, like, and it's part of the reason why it's so exhausting to try to continue to be on the save FF14 bandwagon and try to be, like, positive and about the game and, like, hoping it will be better. Like, that's another reason that that's not great to do right now for me, is because of being constantly gaslit and having to constantly deal with mountains of people who come out of the woodwork to say that I shouldn't be complaining, that I don't have anything to complain about, and that everything's fine, and that they'll come into my stream and they'll just be like, well, why are you even playing it then, if you have problems with it? And I'm like, okay, fine, you're right, bye. You know, I wish it wasn't like this, but there's just too much wrong and it's exhausting. I really tried for a long time to just, I'll just keep playing FF14 and we'll just talk about it and I'll just be honest about it and we'll just hope it's going to be better. But, it's exhausting. It's exhausting because of the community as well. Not the entire community. Let me be clear. Not the entire community. There's a very vocal part of the community that just would rather me go away. And why should I fight them? I barely have any passion at this point. So, I just don't have it. I don't have the strength. I haven't quit completely. Like, I don't think I still am subscribed to the game. But, and it's not burnout. It's not burnout. Burnout is when you play so much, you're tired. This is not that. It's the opposite of that. So I want to play what I can. It's just not the game that I loved. It's like, as time goes on, it just becomes less and less. It becomes more unrecognizable to me. Yeah, she cooked. I didn't stop playing FF14 because I burned out and lost my passion. I stopped because FF14 burned my passion. This is it. This is it. And a lot of people will try to say, oh, well, you're just burnt out. No. Yeah. Yoshi took a hard stance on plugins. The hard stance? Please don't do that. She didn't even talk about the fact that now there are plugins that play the game for you. That's another thing that really just... It was like another straw that kind of broke the camel's back for me. There are plugins people use that will move your character for you and do your rotation for you and do the content. For you. So all you have to do is just have the robot AI play the whole game for you. Moves you out of AoEs. It does your rotation perfectly. And when I brought this up on stream, and I was complaining about it, because obviously I still care about the game, there was people saying, oh, well, it's not different from DBM. Actually, it's just like DBM. That tells you a vocal alert to get out of that. Yeah, it's just like, no, it's not. No, it isn't. And that's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm tired of it. I'm tired of having to fight these people that will defend the craziest shit. Why? Why are you defending stuff that sucks for the game? Why do you want the game to... be worse? Why do you, like, if you criticize housing, like I did a ton of videos about how WoW's got the new player housing. They're gonna be doing this, like neighborhoods and everything. And there's people who are like defending housing in 14, saying it's good the way that it is. Because, you know, it's better than it was, and now at least people who are definitely using the house are in the house. I just can't. You know, it's like, at this point, if you want me to be an honest person and talk about the game a lot, you're also asking me to constantly have to debate people that aren't interested in that conversation. They just want to defend and dismiss, and it's stupid. It's stupid. It's not fun. It's not fun to talk about it. It's not fun to play it. So what are we doing? You know? Oh, God. I can understand wanting to correct them, but I don't even... It's not even... about, it's like, do I want to have to, every time I have something critical I want to say, preface it? Well, before I say this, first let me preface this by letting you know that I really care about the game a lot, and I'm not gonna try to upset anyone, and I'm not trying to say anything bad, but I think this thing needs to be improved possibly, okay? Like, I'm tired of this. Oh my god, it is exhausting. I love FF14, and that's why I love people shitting on it's resting on its laurels and refusing to innovate. Constructive criticism is the only way the situation can improve.
stone, which represents eucalyptus logs, and that's why we have so many of those. The other stone is the one that can vary, and that represents one of the flowers you just picked. If you open your quest log and look at this quest, it'll tell you what stone is what flower. So put a eucalyptus log and whatever flower into the fire pit based on which stone you have and which flower that represents in your quest log, then light it. The point of this is that it's supposed to make the bugs go away, but even if you did it correctly, it won't actually work. At this point, speak to See Good again. Go back to where the fire pit was. Speak to Snark. Before we continue, let me explain what we're doing next because this part is going to vary for every player. Remember when I said earlier that it'll tell you in your quest log what stone represents what flower? That was the information that was given to you from the quest, but unfortunately it no longer applies because I believe these two over here mix the stones up on purpose, so now you gotta figure out what stone belongs to what flower. If you look around, you'll see there are more pools around the area other than just this one. You have to figure it out for each one. Every fire will always require a eucalyptus log, which as I said is a long brown stone. It's all the other ones you have to figure out, which is done through trial and error, meaning you have to try different flowers until you find the one that works, which is also why you're going to have to grab more flowers later. I can't guide you through step by step, but there is a general strategy doing this because some pools share the same stones, so there is a specific order that you should do them in. that allows you to solve it in the most efficient manner, which I will be going over with you. One last thing, as mentioned before, the solutions can vary for different players. I've done this quest quite a few times to know that this is true, but you also have to understand that there are only so many possibilities, so there is a chance that you have the exact same solution as me. That does not mean it applies to everyone, but I will tell you what my solution is anyways, just because if yours is the same, you can simply follow my video, and since this whole thing requires you to guess anyways, my solution can make for a pretty good starting point for your guesses. Just don't expect it to actually work. We're going to be starting off at the same pool that you were at before, so for each attempt, you're going to put in a eucalyptus log and a random flower, and you just have to keep trying that until you get one. The other stone I had, other than the long brown one with the yellow egg-shaped one, which for me was lavender, you'll know you got it right if the fire stays lit and you no longer see any bugs by the water. Whatever your solution is, be sure to write down what stone it is and for what flower. You will need this information for later. When you got it, go to the next pool over to east. Examine the stones next to this fire pit and just make note of the description of them. You'll always see a long... Go west of that city. There are 5 plants around the area named fevergrass, primweed, tansy, lavender, and stinkbloom. We'll need quite a few of these throughout the quest, so remember where these are. Since we're limited on inventory space right now, let's just grab 2 of each. The first 4 can be found along the little road going right outside flower. Of them, you always see a long brown stone which represents eucalyptus logs, and that's why we have so many of those. The other stone is the one that can vary, and that represents one of the flowers you just picked. If you open your quest log and look at this quest, it'll tell you what stone is what flower. So put a eucalyptus log and whatever flower into the fire pit based on which stone you have and which flower that represents in your quest log, then light it. The point of this is that it's supposed to make the bugs go away, but even if you did it correctly, it won't actually work. At this point, speak to See Good again. Go back to where the fire pit was. Speak to Snark. Before we continue, let me explain what we're doing next because this part is going to vary for every player. Remember when I said earlier that it'll tell you in your quest log what stone represents what flower? That was the information that was given to you from the quest, but unfortunately it no longer applies because I believe these two over here mix this.
I mean, most people that think this, I feel, aren't really playing that much. So, I don't know. It's sad. They were saying that because they don't want to lose the rareness of having a house. Right, yes. They can brag about it to their friends. Yes, that's right, that's right. There's the people that were mad because they like it being a rare, valuable commodity to have. It's just, it's selfish. I remember when you beat DSR, you said something along the lines of you're rekindling your love of the game. Would you say that a casual player, the game just doesn't have much to offer anymore? Yeah, I do feel like that. Yeah, I do feel like that. Because the story was a big thing. I was a story enjoyer, and that was a big part of a casual enjoyment. And that's kind of not a thing now. Yeah. Even people in my FC are so toxic, lying positive about 14. It gets so tiring when you get critical. Yes, that is what I'm saying. It's like, I find it funny, people who say, no, you can't unsub, the game will die. Like, it's my job to artificially prop up a game that I don't want to play anymore with my hard-earned money. I would love to have the motivation and excitement to play it again, but I won't pay for whatever this is that's offered. I'm quite lenient. I just want a good story, and it's fine. And even this has been ruined. First, I don't see that the game will improve. That's why I actually unsubbed after these horrible interviews Yoshi P gave, even before 7.1. I mean, I hate that, and I wish that we didn't come to this point, but, yeah. I'm not unsubbed, and I won't yet. I'm not going to unsub, because I would say that actually, in spite of everything, I still want to believe that things will get better. I think Occult Crescent, I mean, that seems interesting. That seems like it could be a casual or a mid-core thing to do. That could be fun. It's possible that that could be fun. As upset as I am with the current state of things, I'm not so pig-headed that I can't see that there might be something on the horizon that could maybe be a step in the right direction. I want that. I do. But, maybe 7.2 will be totally different. Maybe it's gonna be something really crazy and, like, really well written. I don't know. I don't know. I cannot foresee the future. I can only talk about what I have already seen and what I am feeling right now. That is what I can. But it's crazy to expect people to stay subbed. Like, just... out of, you know, opium. I think players do this every year, complain about no content, and then we get content, some leave, some stay. Only time I felt bad was in Walker. No Zone, just Tomes, it was really bad. Do people complain every year? Yes. But I feel like people have been complaining about some of the same things for multiple years, and some of those same things have been gradually getting worse because things aren't being done about the same things people are complaining about. So it makes sense that people would keep complaining about the same things that still haven't been fixed. That makes a lot of sense. If you don't fix it, people will keep complaining about it every time. So yeah, every time people are like, I don't have anything to do. Yeah. Well, it was a fantastic video, and I'm really glad Lucy made it. And I appreciate the shout out. But wish it included FFXIV submarine guild generation. Sending out 4 subs per FC and selling the items to NPCs generates 450,000 guild per day. What? There are people with 20 plus FCs making millions daily for doing nothing, while at the same time, houses are being taken away from busy servers. Oh my god. Wow. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. Wish it wasn't like this. Wish it wasn't like this, but here we are. I feel the big difference is that this time, the people that left are the people that usually always stayed. It's not the usual, I take a break every couple of months, but the most dedicated players that left this time, this is the difference. Well, what I didn't really think was a good sign was that we lost a lot of players and content creators that came to the game during the WoW exodus. And I understand that there's going to be fall off after COVID. That's normal. That happened in every game. everywhere. But I felt like the retention after that really could have been improved. We could have kept more people. And I have actually, this is a reason why okay, let me just give you an example. I was talking about this as a problem. I said, hey guys, I think it's kind of an issue that we've lost all the content creators that we gained during that era, and it's like sad. And someone actually said, oh, so you care, you're just mad because content creators can't make money. They literally said this. No, I'm not even them. I'm talking about other people. They don't give me their money. This is exactly what I'm talking about, and why it's so exhausting to even discuss the game. Because every time I do, I got somebody who's like, says something absolutely insane that's in defense of it, that I just cannot imagine why you would do this. Why? Do you not think that's a problem? That all the content creators left that joined. And you think I only care? God, why? I'm tired of like even like entertaining this bullshit, you know? God. It's like, if you can't address the problem, just think of any other crazy thing you can think of to tell them to get them to shut up. It's tiring. It's just not fun to have a discussion when this is going on. So I limit the time that I spend in the game pretty heavily, and the time I stream it pretty heavily. I'm streaming it on occasion, but yeah. It's hard to measure, even personal level, what made them, or me, leave FF14. Yes, it's a complication of several frustrations. I generally, if you need the house in the game that bad, then you think having a house is enough to stay subbed. I do not think, but just unsub and try again when you come back. What? Unsub, a house should not be the reason you stay subbed. Okay. I've been playing since 1.0. It feels like the devs have the 1.0 devs mentality right now. Well, I think that probably what will happen is things won't change until they are significantly losing money. So if they're making money right now at an acceptable rate to them, then nothing will change. Yeah, like I don't think that they're gonna nothing's gonna be that different as long as they're still profiting off of the game.
stones up on purpose. So now you got to figure out what stone just to be safe. You can use any leftover logs that you have. You also need a bird snare and a box trap. Speak to Balnia, and select the first caption. It says, sure. Once again, you need about 6 fever grass. If you go to the area inside the disease kebbits that are roaming around, each trap use up a log, and you can only set up 1 trap at a time regardless of your hunter level. You can use a fever grass on that trap to use it as bait. You can also click on the fever grass from your inventory to light it. If you run around with it, you can lure the kebbits towards your trap. If your trap fails, you lose the log, which is why you may need some extras, but you need to catch a total of 4 kebbits. Some of the kebbits are on the other side of the pool to the west, and there are more boulders over there. Try to set your traps as close to kebbits as possible because they can only go so far. For example, a kebbit from the west can't go far enough to go into a boulder trap to the east. When you catch one, be sure to click on the boulder, clear the trap. You need 2 free inventory spaces to catch each kebbit, although that really shouldn't be an issue because you need a log and fever grass for each trap anyways. Once you've caught all 4 kebbits, go to area
As far as the most cursed, I've played so many MMORPGs that have, launched with the best intentions. They have died. I've played ones that have launched as complete scams and have then died. Scamming in the MMO world is massively prevalent. People saying on Kickstarter, give me £1 million, I'll make your ideal MMO, and then they just run off with it. But as far as the most cursed personally, it would be probably my favorite MMO that is now shut down, a game called Otherland. And if we can Google Otherland, I'll bring it up.
Otherland.
Otherland is a series of novels by the author Tad Williams. And they made an MMORPG of Otherland. I found it through a PC Gamer article saying this is one of the weirdest MMOs.
Right.
And you might be able to find my video on the first page of Google for this. I played the first bit and it absolutely intrigued me. The visuals, the aesthetic, the idea, it was incredible. The story is effectively about billionaires who create a virtual world to ingrain their own personalities and brains into so they can become immortal. The MMORPG Otherland was touted as being one of the first $1 billion revenue games. It, of course, didn't get there.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? Exactly. It was meant to make $1 billion.
Right. Okay.
It didn't. Its development was completely rushed. It was destroyed. It ended up dying halfway through before being finished. But the framework of what was created was uploaded onto Steam and held by a smaller company.
Right.
So after playing it for about 2 or 3 hours, I got so intrigued, I finished the game. I am one of the only people in the world who has gone all the way through Otherland because the mechanics don't work. There were no other players. It is janky as all hell. Damage doesn't register. You get killed straight away by random off-screen effects. The game ended up deleting itself halfway through. I had to restart the entire process. But over about 6 months, I finished Otherland. And now the game is offline and you can't find it anywhere.
Oh, shit.
So my videos of Otherland and the screenshots that I took of those final areas are now the only surviving digital artifacts of this game.
Jesus.
People have contacted me saying, hey, I want to try and recreate Otherland, but I'm having to use your videos to do it by watching.
Why would someone want to do this?
The digital kind of museum aspect of it, the preservation of video games is a massive thing in the gaming space. Ross from Accursed Farms, I think, is pushing his Stop Killing Games initiative. That I've worked with him a bit on that, and I very much support that. But the idea is these are worlds that someone made, someone programmed, someone created, and many people lived in for hundreds of thousands of hours, and now they're gone.
Right.
Walking around the empty cities of EverQuest 2. And when people say to me, oh, I loved EverQuest 2, I wonder what it's like. And they go back, it's like returning to your childhood home and seeing that it's now a parking lot.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of like falls under the banner of like lost media, where it's, it's not just MMOs. Like, sometimes you have like a YouTube video or something or a video online that you swear you saw as a kid, and then you try and find it, and then you don't know if it was like a dream or something, because it feels like it stays in that ethereal space where you're pretty sure it existed, but you can't find any evidence that it actually happened.
It's weirdly liminal, the entire thing. I mean, there's a game called Secondhand Lands that we can Google.
I love these names.
Secondhand Lands. So I think it will probably be my video that pops up for it. Worst demo of Secondhand Lands. This was almost a Looney Tunes style, but an adult video. So
I love the Comic Sans.
Yeah, there's death, there's gore, there's horrible kind of blood everywhere. The hospital that you go to is,
oh my god,
you go to a mechanic shop as a hospital, and there's blood everywhere. And the idea there's like a car raising platform that you get healed at. It's extremely strange. Some of these projects might just be a university project.
Right.
So when would you look at this? This looks like the kind of game that you would see a kid playing in the background of a Netflix TV show.
What are you doing?
That's not a real game.
It's super liminal. But I play these for hours to see what they have to offer because someone made this. Someone is paying to host it. Someone wrote this. Someone coded this. This is someone's best attempt at making a game. And so I give it a fair go. I've always said, critique systems, but don't critique people. The person that made this is not wrong for making it, but what they have made is wrong.
That's a very mature way of approaching this.
That's very fair.
Have you ever met like any players in games like this where it's kind of like desolate and it's kind of like meeting a person in the fucking desert and you're like, wait, what are you doing here?
Yes, so when I was
playing my 100 hours in EverQuest video. I played on the EverQuest official server. There are multiple servers for EverQuest, and some of them kind of bump you all the way to endgame. And about 50 or 60 hours in, I was in a town running around. There weren't many people there. But then a guy ran past me as a frog. And I kind of just got chatting to him. Turns out he is also a brand new player. He's not done too much. So me and this frog became best friends for like the next 30 hours. We organized to log on at the same time because I couldn't take down a boss. He couldn't take it down. We worked together. And that, I think, is the beauty of MMORPGs. EverQuest is the world's prettiest chat room. That's what this is. It's a chat room with an RPG attached to it.
So many fucking menus. It's not open.
EverQuest is the menu game, without a doubt.
Look at this. This is absurd. What do you even have open?
So right now, I don't know. But if I went back and played it slowly, I'd be able to work it all out.
Right.
So EverQuest is a perfect example of MMORPGs, and the reason they've started to die is they started as online social chat rooms. Meridian 59 being one of the first MMOs that was 3D, had the chat to it. We had games called MUDs, or MUDs, Multi-User Dungeons, which was a text-based game with no graphics. In fact, RuneScape started as a game called Devious Mud before having the visual aspect added to it. So these games were never designed to be games that stand up on their gameplay merits alone. They were designed to be cultural, societal facilitators, where you and your friends got together for 4 or 5 hours and chatted, went to kill a boss, got some cool items. Occasionally, you had a good time together.
For sure.
And now people don't need the social aspect because that's been taken over by things like Discord, by things like WhatsApp, by groups outside. The social aspect of an MMO is no longer novel enough to sell the genre. 20 years ago, if I said to someone, hey, you can chat to 100 people from across the globe at the same time, that's pretty cool. But now say it, that's expected. We need a game on top of the social element, which is why the social element itself is slowly being phased out and dying because it is no longer impressive.
I can't recall, and perhaps you can correct me on this, I can't remember any recent MMO that launched that was popular.
Other than Final Fantasy 14, I guess.
So
right, but that's not recent, surely. That's quite old.
It's quite old. So the latest video on my channel, if we go back to the main channel itself, the very latest one is called Are MMOs Dying? And the video is, it's exactly the discussion. The idea is, what does an MMORPG player want? That's me simply saying, Mum says it's my turn to make the Are MMOs Dying video because it's one of the most popular videos within the genre.
Of course.
What does an MMO player want? They want a massive game. They want a game with lots of content, lots of history, lots of bosses, lots of ideas. And unfortunately, that is best served by games that have already been around for many years. To compare this to TV, many years ago, if a TV show launched and season 1 wasn't very good, they might be given season 2, season 3, season 4 in order to correct it, to course correct, to improve. Many people say, the first season of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, not its best work. First season of Star Trek The Next Generation, not its best work. But allowing it to exist and to grow and to patch its problems and to learn makes it good eventually. Nowadays, if a modern TV show launches and season 1 isn't good, it doesn't get a season 2. To apply that back to MMORPGs, when a brand new MMO launches, if it isn't good, what happens is everyone just goes back to the established games. World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, Guild Wars, Elder Scrolls, RuneScape to a degree. So now, the modern MMOs simply don't have the ability to be bad for a couple of years before they get good. If World of Warcraft launched now, as it launched back in 2004, it itself might not succeed.
Yeah, I mean, Final Fantasy 14, especially.
Yeah, I mean, there is no way Final Fantasy 14 is getting off the ground with the launch that it had and the fucking reworks that it had.
I mean, it didn't.
To remake it. The idea of Realm Reborn is from the fact they blew the entire game up and kind of started again. And there were so many interesting stories for that. Part of the history was that the development and the creation of the game focused on a couple of the wrong things. The games designers and companies didn't know what MMORPGs players wanted. There is a famous story, I can never work out whether this is true or not, of a plant pot in, I believe it's Final Fantasy 11, that has so many polygons on it. It is so detailed that if you have more than 4 or 5 on the screen, your game will crash. If you Google Final Fantasy plant pot, it is... That's awesome. So MMORPGs are held together. It's flower pot or plant pot. It might be in the game, Final Fantasy MMO.
Final Fantasy 11.
Yeah, try MMO plant pot. Could be flower pot. But there is might be on the images somewhere. There's so much stuff with that. A lot of MMORPGs are actually designed in the background around stuff that you would never notice. World of Warcraft is entirely held together by invisible rabbits.
What?
Okay, so
explain?
wild sentence.
Yeah.
World of Warcraft. If you type in World of Warcraft rabbit, again, you'll find it.
Yeah.
World of Warcraft needed a way to link certain events happening at certain times to certain player locations.
Right.
And they couldn't work out an invisible way to do it, so one of the easiest things they do, invisible bunnies that power WoW. So what they just did was put bunnies in there, make them invisible, and attach events to them. So when a player walks past, it happens because the bunny saw it happen. What? This is video games. Have you played Fallout 3?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you know when you use a train in Fallout 3, that is a hat? Google this, you'll appreciate this. Fallout 3, it's either New Vegas or Fallout 3
The stuff you're saying makes me like
train
listen
hat.
if I understand English.
This reminds me of League of Legends as well. It's all
So,
coded in minions.
How do you teleport a player in Fallout 3 when you can't just immediately remove them from the world and replace them into the world? Well, it found out one of the easiest ways they could do it was by putting an NPC on the track, making the train that you click on a massive hat on the NPC, and when you talk to them, you get attached to the NPC. That NPC runs really fast to where you need to get to, and then you're there. So the train movement in Fallout 3 is an NPC with a Metro hat.
That's crazy.
That's how it works.
That's so cool, though.
That's how it works. It is. Video games are designed around just saying, right, can we make this work? Will it work?
Yeah.
There are so many with the retro channel.
so funny.
There are so many things I've discovered with the retro channel about how games do and don't work. Many old PC games actually tied the speed of the game to the speed of your CPU in your actual computer.
Right.
The problem with this is when they were made, computers had slow CPUs, so the game ran at the correct speed. Now, if you try and run an old game like King's Quest on a modern PC, it goes lightning fast because it's trying to keep up with your CPU, which is now lightning fast. So old games were wild, man. It was the wild west of game design.
This is.
I mean,
so
I still think even now you don't know what goes behind the coding for even like a lot of modern games until developers or it's just unlocked somewhere.
It's the Team Fortress 2 Pineapple. Again, if you Google Team Fortress 2 pineapple, I understand that without context.
It sounds like you're making shit up.
It's either pineapple or coconut. It's, the coconut, that's the one. It's the coconut.
Right.
So there is a coconut image within the Team Fortress 2 game files.
Right.
If you delete this, the game doesn't work.
Like, what the fuck?
People,
the fact that someone figured this out
people
as well.
don't know why.
I'm sure the coders don't know why. Otherwise, probably.
Or it's someone on the TF2 team that was like, yo,
It was
you know
just
what'd be
yeah,
really funny?
it was just silly. So there are so many other old video games that just have these ways of working. It's like how you can write bits of code to certain sections of video game memory, and it will use the same bit of memory for multiple things. You play Pokemon Red and Blue.
Yeah.
Remember the missing no
Yeah,
glitch?
yeah.
That was simply about writing a thing to memory by speaking to the guy in, I want to say Viridian Forest, before Viridian Forest, and then flying Cinnabar Island and surfing up and down. The game wrote a bit of data to memory because of your conversation with that man, and then when you next called to Pokemon, it used the last known bit of data to work out the Pokemon's number. That number doesn't exist. And so
Right.
you got missing no instead,
Right,
which is
right.
why I created it. Video games are a wild west of design.
Yeah, I think I remember that actually. And I remember going down a deep rabbit hole of that. And apparently, like, that's just one instance of that glitch happening. But depending on what you do right before you fly to Cinnabar Island, you can actually trigger a bunch of other versions of Missing No. And, like,
So you can catch
just, you
Mew.
just spawn, like, any Pokemon.
You can
basically.
actually catch Mew in the original Red and Blue games without using any of the Game Shark codes by talking to a specific trainer at a certain time and then walking up and down in a specific bit of grass, because the conversation sets a flag to a value, and that value is then used when you next run into a random Pokemon. But all this stuff is what I have discovered by reviewing retro games and playing too many MMORPGs.
Do you ever get bored of MMOs?
Absolutely, which is why I without a doubt. So we don't even know what an MMO is. My greatest guess, my greatest guess is it's a game with fishing. That's it. That's
It's a game with fishing.
It's a game with fishing.
Shit, that's
RuneScape
like-
has fishing. Final Fantasy 14 has fishing. Warcraft has fishing. It's the connecting narrative. That's what it is.
You
It's
always
like
have to
all
have fishing.
JRPGs now as well, man.
Yeah, you gotta have fishing. You've gotta have fishing.
I mean, I can't imagine after, because you've played so many MMORPGs, the thought of like having to sink 100 hours into potentially something that will just absolutely bore me the entire time. And then I have to then not only spend the 100 hours, I have to then
It's the
edit the
editing.
video
That's what
about
people,
the 100 hours.
That's what people do not get. And this is why I don't. I've let other people edit my videos before a couple of times. I've got editors that I work with. But when people say to me, okay, here's 100 hours of footage, here is where I want you to put every bit of footage for every bit of script and every bit of thing, it's quicker for me to do it. It's, just, it's quick. I know exactly what's going to happen at what point, so I'll just do that. So when people say, oh yeah, playing 100 hours is nothing, it's difficult, but you can do it in 10-hour days over 10 days, and then editing for the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Again,
to
you
make
make
it work.
that sound easy.
Yeah, I make it sound normal because unfortunately within the kind of gaming sphere I'm in, it's been normalized. Someone will look at me and go, oh, you're only playing for 10 hours a day, you absolute casual. Play for 12 hours a day, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you grinding the entire time?
You don't need sleep.
But the reason that people watch my videos is simply because they don't want to play the game for 100 hours, but they do want to know what
You
happens.
suffer so they don't have to.
Exactly, which is why there is a YouTuber called Grand Pooh Bear. And Grand Pooh Bear, he plays the old classic NES games. I love his stuff because I don't want to finish Turtles on the NES, but I want to watch someone finish Turtles on the NES. Someone's going to do it, and that is the area that I'm in. People don't want to watch bad anime, but I forced myself to watch all of, I think it's called Gibiate.
Oh yeah, Gibiate.
Yeah, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible, but I was morbidly curious for how bad it can get. And halfway through, I think I
all
really...
the anime you chose to watch.
I know. Right, so
Are you trying to live your life consuming only the worst things for you?
that's what I realized halfway through watching Gibiate. I was watching this going, I'm only doing this because I'm curious as to where it goes to, but I've not watched Evangelion. I could go and watch that instead. Since I've been in Japan, I have watched all of Evangelion except the movies, the OVAs.
Oh, the new ones?
Haven't seen the end of Evangelion, haven't seen the new stuff either, but I've seen 26 episodes.
Yeah.
It was good,
So
I enjoyed it.
you've seen the OG.
But you've seen Gibiate.
You've seen this,
Gibiate.
which I remember is basically the shovelware of anime, I guess.
Yeah, it's what I've always described Gibiate is this is what JoJo must look like to people who hate JoJo.
Yeah, the problem is because I've played so many crap MMOs, I kind of felt at home. Like I was watching going, this is dire. I get this. I feel comfortable here.
I get it because I've slowly started to turn into the dude that watches all of the terrible anime. I mean, I did a video where I watched the 100 worst rated anime.
Nice. See, people want to watch that.
Yeah, and people love that video because it's like, I'm glad you did it and not me.
That's exactly why I'm in the position that I'm in right now. People don't want to play through these massive... If a new game releases, a new RPG, and it says, this game's 200 hours long, that's no longer impressive to me. If a game comes along and says, hey, this is 6 hours, but it's good. Stick it on my PC. I want to play it. Someone said to me, oh yeah, sorry, the one's only 6 hours. I'm like, you shut your mouth. It is 6 perfect hours. It is exactly what we need a game to be. That's what we need more of.
I mean, the one thing people don't have nowadays is just time. You know?
Time is the big one. And I think the MMORPG genre really exemplifies this with it exploded. World of Warcraft came out in 2004, and it absolutely exploded over the next, I want to say 10 years. So about 2014, we got the Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King. People still hold those as like the pinnacle of the genre. A lot of people who played it at that time were either in college or in school or in university or out of work, or they had jobs that allowed them the free time to do it. And now that player group is aging out. That player group is mid-30s, early 40s. Kids don't want to play MMORPGs because if you say to a kid, hey, do you want to play this game when nothing happens for the first 50 hours?
Yeah,
they're going to say, no, I want to go and play a better game, a faster game, a good RPG.
I want to play Fortnite.
I want to play Fortnite. I want to play Looter Shoot or something like that instead. So the MMORPG genre has aged with its audience, but it's not kept up with the new, more modern audience.
Yeah. What's your opinion of gacha games? I'm so curious.
Yeah, that's true.
There is a...
Are those MMOs?
Are we talking the games like Genshin Impact?
Yeah, Honkai, all the waifu games.
I think I've made a video on Genshin Impact called... what was it? Legend of Gacha: Breath of the Waifu. I think I
Oh, okay, brilliant. Yes.
It came out around the same time.
I mean, that kind of was its selling point when it released.
it was. It's Anime Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, there we go. This is on the main one. And I played that through. So I have been kind of very much exposed to the Western idea of MMORPGs, which is quite greedy, as in they must be free, there must be absolutely no cash shop. If your game is fantastic, I might consider giving you a shiny penny. That's the kind of attitude that the gamers in the West have. The Eastern values, from what I've seen, is I will go to work, I will work hard, I will earn money, and then if I want to spend the money I've earned on the game I enjoy, that is my way of supporting the game, showing my love for it, and instead of spending 10 hours in the game, I've spent 10 hours at work, and then spent that money on the game for 10 hours worth of progress. People say to me, you shouldn't,
a good way.
that's what it is. People say you shouldn't be able to give any money for a game to be pay to win. If you spend 100 hours playing a game and you get a good item, could I go to work for 100 hours, spend the money that I've earned from doing that on the same item and be at the same place as you? Should that be allowed? And the Western view is very much no. The game is the game and no amount of money should be able to change that. Whereas the Eastern view seems to be much more kind of healthy and around the idea of, well, if I spend my money on the game, I get better. There was the anime, was it Shangri-La Frontier? Where there is the kind of pay-to-win aspect within the anime itself. Everyone's kind of fine with that. What we've got onto here is a really fascinating thing about video games, especially in the modern world, is we all played games as kids, but now we're watching people push them to their mechanical limits. They're saying, can they do that? And challenges within video games have become a massive genre on YouTube. I've got a friend called Luality who beat Dark Souls on a dance pad.
Oh, I've seen that video.
So when people say, yes, I'm going to play a video game, okay, cool, what's the challenge? What are you going to do? What's the difficulty? I'm currently doing a Twitch stream called Dark Souls, where I'm playing Dark Souls. I don't know if you've seen this. I'm playing Dark Souls, I've got a walking pad under my desk, so I'm constantly walking forward while I'm playing it. I've got a barbell behind me, and whenever I die, respawn at the bonfire, level up, equip an item, I spin a big wheel of fitness. And then I'm either doing, push-ups, press-ups, sit-ups, bicep curls, shoulder presses. I'm trying as hard as I can because I thought, right, I need to get fit. Let's use Dark Souls, because everyone uses Dark Souls for everything. But the idea of taking a video game and playing it in a way that is challenging, that's engaging, that's silly. Video games are something we all love, and now we're seeing them through a different lens.
Well, it's kind of like the evolution of like becoming, in terms of like a Let's Player or like a Twitch streamer, you have to make a challenge or a content around it. You're not just playing a video game, you are making content, and it's always finding that new avenue or that new way to sell an audience to get you watching a game that they've maybe seen people play.
5-10 years, like speed running has just become like, like so huge now. Like it's like, oh, I grew up playing this game and I just watched a guy beat it with his eyes closed, one hand in 20 minutes.
And then you'll watch entire documentaries about that happening. You've got people like Summoning Soul, or people like Carl Jobs. We love Summoning Soul. Who will say, right, I've played Tetris, but I've got no particular interest in Tetris until he says to me, do you want to know about the world history of Tetris? And I'm like, yeah, I do.
3.5 hours on
exactly. I am. Whenever a YouTuber uploads some kind of 3-hour video essay on a game that I've heard of, and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to watch all of this. There's Accursed Farms who does the Game Dungeon series where he plays old PC games. I will watch all of those easily. I have a 73-hour Morrowind playthrough on my channel because I was playing it on Twitch, and then my editor just said, I'm not going to edit this. I'm just going to take the entire gameplay and just smash it together. Turns out it's quite difficult to upload a 73-hour-long YouTube video.
Yes, it is.
How the fuck did you do it?
So what he did was he had a program that spliced together several 24-hour-long videos and then just clicked upload and hoped.
So it's up there, right?
It's up there right now. You can go to Josh Strife.
Wait, look it up. Josh Strife
Replays. I think there's Morrowind and there's Fallout. So all my channels rhyme. There's Josh Strife Haze, Josh Strife Plays, Josh Strife Says, and Josh Strife Replays. But Morrowind full playthrough, and there's also
Go
back.
There
was a full playthrough.
73.5 hours. 3 days.
Yeah, it's a 3. I didn't realize that YouTube has a days counter on the video, but there's also a Fallout.
Wait, how does it? Because I've tried to upload like 20 hours and it like shits itself.
I will. My editor's guy called Visa. He's lovely. I will pass on all the details.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there is a full. There's also a Fallout playthrough.
You have 400,000 views on a 3-day video.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. The ad revenue was pretty good.
You know, normally when you go to sleep to the video, you wake up and it's over.
Right. So this is exactly what's happened. People put me on the second monitor and they play my videos and they fall asleep to it. I have a friend, a YouTuber called Kadikarus. Kadikarus has started a second channel called Caddy Sleeps, where he's literally just taken his old videos, slightly lowered the volume, and people fall asleep to them. Amazing.
That's such vibes.
Absolutely incredible. But yes, I am people's sleeping content.
Sleep content has just become like a big fucking boom in the massive. I don't know. It feels like massive. It's become massive in the last few years. I remember someone uploaded like 6 hours worth of American Dad content on YouTube. I don't know how they got away with it, but Sydney's been falling asleep to American Dad because it's a 6-hour compilation of American Dad clips.
Is American Dad the kind of show
Why would you want to fall asleep to American Dad?
People can fall asleep. I think you don't understand. People can fall asleep to anything as long as it's a 6-hour-long video, right? This is something I've found out.
It's a comfort show. People want content on that they know that they know they'll enjoy, that they need to engage with. For me, it's Star Trek: The Next Generation. If I need something on in the background while I'm doing something, The Next Generation's going on. People do it with Breaking Bad. People do it with Lord of the Rings. It's just there's a level of kind of parasocial attachment to the media itself that makes people feel comfortable.
I mean, I laugh, but I would probably do it to like the first 5 seasons of Simpsons. You know?
Exactly.
Like I would do that.
And
I have done that.
And then you'd find a 3-hour video essay. It's just there's a level of kind of parasocial attachment to the media itself that makes people feel comfortable.
I mean, I laugh, but I would probably do it to like the first 5 seasons of Simpsons. You know?
Exactly.
Like I would do that. I have done that.
And then you'd find a 3-hour video essay about something random in The Simpsons.
Yeah,
You've never seen before.
like, all right,
I'm going to watch this.
Yeah, I'm going to watch this.
It's just like that joke of, one more video before bed. The Josh
Look at the comment. Look at the top comment. I'm pretty sure the top comment is, it's my party and I get to choose the video. Or something like that. The top comment.
Scroll down.
You can scroll down to the comments on that video. Just one more video before bed. There we go. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Oh my goodness, the Brazilian aviation joke. So let me just context to that.
Yeah.
I got messaged by a guy who works for an industry within the Brazilian aviation industry. I think his job is translating blueprints for planes from one international standard to another. He has just a system that does this. He's discovered that his PC shuts down after about 8 hours unless there is something playing on a media player. And my worst MMO series was the longest playlist he could find that looped. So he plays that while Brazilian aviation industry technical schematics are being translated from one thing to another. So he messaged me on Twitter and just said, just so you know, Josh, if you ever take your content or channel down, the Brazilian aviation industry will suffer. He messaged me a couple of months ago saying, hey, just so you know, I've now got a new job. I now work for YouTube. But it turns out there's the same problem. So my videos play on a random monitor in the YouTube offices just to keep the monitor on. That's my contribution, you know?
I mean, that's such like an engineering solution. If it works, it works.
There's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution.
I need to now upload 70-hour videos.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Josh, if you look up here, you can see this is not a professional piece of work. This is something that we have done. And this is a temporary piece of work that we said, we'll fix it eventually.
No, you don't need to. It's doing its job.
It's been almost 5 years now.
It's absolutely fine. There's nothing more permanent than temporary. But if you do need a 70-hour-long video, Final Fantasy XIV's got you covered. You could play that for 70 hours.
Shit,
but you wouldn't really understand the game until you played it for 700 hours. So.
Yeah. You got to see a 2-week-long video.
You got to step it up, you know?
So don't worry, YouTube, I got you now.
Yeah.
So the main channel was fantastic. It was really satiating my desire to create content. It was paying the bills. I was enjoying doing it. Then the Twitch streaming was allowing me to stay active and actually talk to people, engage with the fans. But even MMOs get a little bit tiresome after a while. So I started a second channel called Josh Strife Plays. This was just to give me a mental break from MMORPGs. I wanted to play classic games. I think the first video on there was me reviewing the old Command & Conquer games, which had just been rebooted for PC. And then I thought, hang on, this is going to give me a great variation. So the Josh Strife Plays channel is now classic games. So Kingsfield 1, Kingsfield 2, Tenchu. I've replayed
Chrono Trigger. Golden Sun?
Golden Sun, hell yeah.
I love Golden Sun.
I haven't played it before, so people said to me, amazing combat
Such a good
system,
game.
so clever. So I've now been able to work with the company GOG, or Good Old Games, on their kind of Dino Crisis 1 and 2 reboots, on the Soul Reaver remasters, on the Tomb Raider remasters.
Croc?
Argonauts. So Argonaut Software have remastered Croc, and they messaged me recently saying, hey, do you want a code to play Croc?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's really kind of you, but I've not got enough time right now. I've already completed it, mate. So yeah, we did all of them.
Well, when you came in the office and you said, I haven't had a holiday in 6 years, looking at your video history, I can kind of understand why.
6 years ago was when I think I really started taking YouTube seriously. I was able to move away from like my retail jobs, my entertainment jobs, my acting jobs, and just do YouTube and just do Twitch. And I've been very fortunate, very lucky that a lot of my friends and family have supported me in doing that. And after finding the success that I found, I was able to buy a house, which is an incredibly rare thing for a millennial to do. I know, right? That is the flex. That's the flex right there. That's what it was difficult explaining YouTube to the mortgage advisor. He was like, so what do you do? I'm like, I make YouTube videos. He's like, oh, that's cute. What do you do?
You just see the interest ticking up.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, we were going to give you 2, but now it's 10.
So after that success, I kind of sat back and I thought, I need to find a way to slightly compartmentalize my thoughts and maybe avoid the burnout that a lot of YouTubers will go through. I'm going to go to Japan for a bit.
Oh yeah, excellent.
Amazing country, absolutely stunning. Met up with Mother's Basement a couple of days ago. Lovely guy, had a drink with him. Met up with one of the, I think it was the communications director for Pal World. He's a fan of the video, said, hey, if you're in Japan, come hang out. That was super cool. And I think I messaged you guys about 4 days ago as a joke on Twitter, being like, I'm in Japan if you are, I've got some time. And you responded straight away saying, yes, we're free.
Yeah,
it was beautiful.
It kind of just worked out because I'm literally actually flying away tonight. So this was like our last recording session for a while. So when he hit us up, it was like,
Beautiful.
Hey,
Beautiful.
actually that works perfectly.
Serendipity worked perfectly.
And also,
Exactly.
we were like, when are we ever going to get an MMO experience?
Yeah.
So, there you go. You're right there.
Well, like I'm curious because you know you've said a little bit about your background. What kind of background do you have? Is it like an acting background or like?
So I was born into a very working class background in general. My dad was a policeman and my mother was a civil servant for the UK government. And I think she unfortunately lost her job during the massive reshuffle about 20, 25 years ago. And then she's kind of bounced around from a couple of things, but they did right by me and my brother. And I just wanted to be an actor. That's not a thing in our family. It's never, in fact, I remember vividly, we used to have a VHS with a couple of copies of GoldenEye, the old James Bond movie. And I would watch GoldenEye, Pierce Brosnan, you know, endlessly. And one day my mum walked into the living room and I turned to her and I said, Mother, in my very kind of middle class accent when I was like 8, Mother, I want to do that. And she looked at me really proud and she's like, you want to be a spy? And I'm like, no, Mother, I want to be Pierce Brosnan. And then I just wanted to act. So I did the kind of school drama club. I went to all the acting jobs I possibly could. I was a martial arts instructor about 3 or 4 years, which just put me in front of people. Then I was a civilian.
part of the acting thing,
No,
or
so
just something
I
completely
think my
separate?
mum just wanted to get rid of me for a few hours every week, so maybe learn karate, as everyone else can do. She's like, just go over here. And my instructor pulled me aside and said, hey, I need you to teach the kind of younger kids how to do punches and kicks.
Right.
That's where I got my foundation and my grounding for teaching and for engaging. And then from there, I went on to work with the Royal Navy for a little bit as a self-defense instructor. That was super fun. I was never a commissioned officer. I was just a civilian contractor for them, but super cool guys to work with, really good fun. Then I decided to go to university and study acting. Thankfully, I was able to get one of the university kind of student loans. My main plan to pay that back is to die. That's what it is. And then from there, I was able to find small work in theatre, small work in film and TV.
Right.
And that kind of pushed me now into the entertainment and the education world.
And now you play MMOs.
And now I play MMORPGs.
Hell yeah.
It's an interesting life. It really is.
Yeah, that's so cool. That's so colorful.
It's definitely exposed me to what I would call the more extreme fringes of the video game community.
Right.
So I put a video up on my main MMORPG channel recently where I ranked 250 MMORPG games.
Okay.
So,
Wait, I mean, sorry, have you played all of these?
most of them, yes.
Okay.
Not all of them. If we go to Josh Drive Haze, it should be one of the most recent videos.
How
there.
long is this video?
That video
3
is,
days?
we'll find out. It's
Yeah.
the Josh Drive Haze one, and it's the tier list. There we go. Nearly 2 hours. So what I did was I said, okay, I want to rank every single MMORPG, but I don't have time to play all of them. So what I did, in fact, if we let this play through for a second, you will see me holding up a sheet, a physical printed paper sheet.
Right.
What I did was I found every single MMO tier list, top 10, review, video, publication, over the last 20 years. And then I kind of conglomerated all of that information into a massive chart.
Oh my God.
Where I weighted every single possible video and every position of each game within that video. So if the video I was watching said, top 10 MMOs, the MMO in position 1 would get 10 points, position 2 would get 9 points. And then I would take all that data, all those numbers, spent weeks adding it all together, and managed to scientifically, mathematically rate 250 MMORPG games from worst to best.
And I'm obviously not going to ask what the best one was because people can go watch the video, but like, what did, mathematically, the top 10, was it also kind of reflective of what you thought was
Yes,
like the
without a
top
doubt. So mathematically, it's a terrible idea to do this. My methodology was awful. People messaged me saying, Josh, I'm a mathematician, you're wrong. And I'm thinking, I'm not a mathematician and I know I'm wrong watching this. That's how bad this was. But yes, so what's happened is over the last, let's say 10 years, MMORPGs have really pushed into the mainstream, which means there was simply more data available for the last 10 years. Games like Meridian 59, which is the first 3D MMORPG, games like EverQuest, which completely changed the genre with its battle against Ultima Online. These are titans of the genre and they're super important, but they're not popular now. So there were simply more videos comparing World of Warcraft to Final Fantasy XIV than comparing the island of Kesmai to Tibia.
Right.
Tibia.
I know Tibia.
Tibia is, I think, one of the longest running, still active MMORPGs. It's still going. You can still download it, still play it. Some of the original people are still there. One of the longest running
I remember I
games.
played this for a little bit when I was a kid.
Annoyingly, it's not the longest running social MMORPG, and that's a bit of an embarrassment within the...
not that.
No.
So what's the longest running?
This is a bit of an embarrassing fact within the MMORPG space, but as we've got Google in front of us, I'm going to ruin your search algorithm now.
Okay.
Could you search for a game called Furcadia.
Oh my god.
I'm not even kidding.
Wow.
Furcadia.
No.
This is the longest running MMORPG.
Furcadia is, whether it hits our modern parlance for MMORPGs is debatable, but it is the longest running, still socially active online
96.
game.
So it's almost 30 years.
I believe it was in the Guinness Book of Records for being
course it's the longest running.
Longest running. It has just kept going.
Oh my god.
That's something we try and sweep under the rug pretty
respect.
pretty quick.
shout out to the furries, bro.
It's the furries propping up so many parts
They are dedicated.
of society.
After working on the internet, I realized that it is 90% furries.
Yeah,
That's what it
of
was.
course. It's always the furries.
I was at a convention recently, and there was like an IT convention in one place, and then a furry convention in another, and it took me a while to realize they were the same convention. It was just all the IT guys were like, I see what you're into. Okay, cool. Keep it going. Keep propping up society.
Everyone comes from Seattle.
Yeah,
I've got friends from Seattle that were there.
It's always a rite of passage.
Well, it's because you need that kind of income to support the hobby, you know.
Of course, yeah.
I've had friends that actually make fursuits as a living, and they are incredibly detailed and remarkably expensive. How did we get here?
And incredibly rich, I assume.
And all MMO discussion eventually devolves into this.
So what's your thoughts on Furcadia?
You know what? I've not played
Have you played this one?
So I don't want to be on every FBI list. So I've decided to stay away from Furcadia. There's just a couple of, as a YouTuber and a Twitch streamer, there's a couple of lists that you'll put on straight away. I thought I'd stay away from this one.
There must be some MMOs that you're like, absolutely not. This scares me. Or the thought of getting
Well, what is the most cursed one?
What's the most cursed MMO that you know?
Oh my
There's
goodness.
two different questions, I guess.
Oh wait, I thought that's what you were getting to.
No.
So the game that scares me that I won't play is Eve.
That's
Eve
what I
Online.
Okay,
yeah,
that makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Not because of the gameplay, but because of the player base. And I think anyone that does play Eve will absolutely understand where I'm going here. They are a player base of spreadsheets. They understand data, they understand timing, they understand backstabbing. Eve, there is an official Eve PowerPoint, not PowerPoint, Excel. There is an official Eve Microsoft Excel add-on. You can Google it. Because the game is just about spreadsheets. It's about working out data, working out missiles, working out everything. It's an Excel add-on for it. It's incredible.
Excel add-in Eve Academy.
Yes.
What the fuck?
This is how much data goes into Eve. So if I say something bad about Eve Online, they will find
You're getting out of the
straight,
spreadsheet.
immediately straight away.
Damn. Yeah, no, that was that was such an eloquent point. I'm blown away by how eloquent you are about all this stuff.
I have done a lot of talking on MMORPGs. I've consulted with a couple of gaming
You've
companies.
already,
Oh, I mean, when we went to the Bulgaria thing, it was flown over to consult on the creation process of a new MMORPG.
Oh, wow.
And after they showed me what they have, and they turned around and went, "So, do you want to support us?" I said, "No, this is terrible. This is awful. What you've got to dire. You've."
They flabbergasted quite the awkward conversation.
Okay, it was brilliant. So what happened was that they flew me over.
Okay.
Beautiful plane. They landed there. Lovely 5-star hotel. Put me up.
Really?
There was
Okay.
a day in the mountains in a spa.
Delightful.
I was sat there, the lovely kind of snow-covered peaks in the distance, the massage, the drinks.
Yeah,
I played the
okay.
game for about half an hour. And they were like, "So what do you think?" And I said, "I'm going to be honest. You've pampered me, but you've not let me play your game." And they said, "Well, do you want to support our Kickstarter, our Patreon?" No.
Wait. So they flew you out to try and get you to then go and
The
talk
point of them getting me was because they wanted access to my audience and they wanted access to the kind of,
course, yeah,
influence that I
yeah.
had there. So when they said, "Do you want to support us?" The answer is no. I would have.
It was a beautiful 5-star trip.
I loved
Thank
it.
you.
Don't get me wrong.
Appreciate
I
it.
loved every part of that trip except the game.
That's so funny. Oh god.
They haven't got me back yet. They've got a
Hey,
couple
look,
of other people
you
back.
got your massage. You
No,
got your
I
5-star.
got my integrity. That's what's important.
Yeah, of course.
No, the integrity is the important aspect.
I mean, look, you can always get another 5-star hotel. You can't get your viewers.
Absolutely. This is what I've said to my viewers so much. As soon as I say that a game is good when it isn't, that's when I lose viewer trust. I lose integrity. I've turned down so many sponsorships from so many companies because they've had bad games, and I've turned down sponsorships from good games because I don't play them.
Yeah.
And I don't. My voice wouldn't have any weight to it. I would just be lying to the audience.
Yeah, I mean, obviously as a game reviewer, I feel like it is quite tough to.
Well, don't worry. The Morrowind video will probably give you all the money you need.
I could be tired. As soon as we play Oblivion for 80 hours.
Oh gosh, walking only.
Yeah, walking
How
only.
about crawling next?
So when I played Oblivion on stream, I played it entirely by punching. I didn't use any weapons. And I think the title of the series was Fisting My Way Across Tamriel. So we just punched all the way until the very final boss where you can just punch him to death, which was great. But the idea is, as a video game reviewer, my power, my influence comes in being trusted. Trust is a currency. I've had this discussion with a guy called Chris Wilson, who was at the time the CEO of Grinding Gear Games, who makes Path of Exile. I worked with the Path of Exile team a couple of times. I love it. You play Path of Exile?
I have
I'll send it across. Beautiful, brilliant game.
I only play Path of Exile 2, but
Great
I
game.
loved it.
Really good game. I love working with Grinding Gear Games. I had an interview with Jonathan, the guy that is the head of Path of Exile 2. He's a great guy. But we basically agreed that trust is a commodity, and you bank trust when you do things where the audience can see you being honest and genuine, and you spend trust when you take risks. So if I say, right, I'm going to make a video on a game that no one's played, but trust me, it'll be good. And if people see my videos, I go, okay, I don't know the game, but I know that Josh can make it entertaining. I'll go and watch that.
Right.
If I keep saying every game that I come to is the best game, you should go and play this, #ad, eventually that has no weight and no value to it. So I try and push back as much as I possibly can on that. Whereas games that I'm not sponsored to say that I like, I will still say that I like anyway. In fact, I had a conversation with, I think it was Blizzard many years ago, and they said to me, "We've got X amount of money. What would we need to do for you to say that this expansion is good?" And I would say, take X amount of money and make a good expansion.
Yeah.
That's it. If the game is good, I'll say it's good because that benefits me playing the game as well.
For sure, yeah.
Damn. My strategy is to make it abundantly apparent when I'm playing a game that I do not fuck with it. Yeah. And then I'm like, I will
Without
take
explicitly saying,
well,
yeah.
I guess because my strategy has been, I do expensive big projects, require money. I will take the money and be like, wow, guys, we got to play this more offline. This is so good.
Join my guild.
we have to play. I will stream this more totally. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, I feel I'm like shameful. Like, yeah,
I mean, the only game that
shitty games. I play shitty games.
The only game that I have got into recently since being here was, because I saw everyone playing it, was the Pokemon trading card game.
I'm deep into that.
Okay, so
yeah, he's way deep into that.
I have what you could say invested in.
This is the last message. We were talking about Cadicrus earlier. This is the last message that I sent to him of a card that I pulled, and the lovely response that he gave me.
Oh my god.
I've been trying to pull that new gold card for so long.
Oh yeah,
now.
there we go. So we got that.
Yeah.
So I started playing that. I've seen people kind of play it on the train. I'm like, I'm gonna get involved in this.
I
Really
can't.
good.
I'll get too addicted to that, and I will.
I am too addicted to it.
Yeah, I know.
I've thrown an embarrassing amount of money at that game, and I do not regret it at all.
So this is a really interesting. You mentioned money. One of my favorite MMORPG facts. MMORPGs are monetized. You can get the cosmetics, you can buy the weapons in some of them, you can buy the kind of battle passes in the other, you can buy the expansions. FIFA Ultimate Team makes more money than most MMOs put together.
I believe that. I mean,
I think we spoke about this one time. I was explaining how, like, to be a pro on FIFA, the amount I think the amount you spend is somewhere in the range of, like, I think it's like 50k, or it was something absurd, or 5k. It was like some absurd number to be able to have an ultimate team that is able to compete. It was some ridiculous. Maybe we can fact check that guy. Figure it out, like FIFA Ultimate Team. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, FIFA Ultimates have just got an insane monetization system that is just
the EA special.
It's just the EA money, like cash cow, you know.
Did you see the whole thing with so it's not called FIFA anymore? Did you know this?
Yeah, it's called
they lost the FIFA license, didn't they?
Yeah.
So, so actually, it was like FIFA just wanted more money.
Yeah.
Yeah. FIFA. I mean, FIFA's
They
not a
want
good
the
company.
FIFA are the most uncorrupt company in the world that are not money hungry.
It was the one time where somehow EA seemed like the reasonable party in all
They went,
this.
"Now slow down, guys. This is too much."
But FIFA went, you guys are money grubbing a bit much. EA went, EA's told FIFA, you are money grubbing too much.
EA had that sense of pride and accomplishment to themselves, and they went, no, we're not going to be doing that.
Exactly. They took the gamble, released the next, what would have been
Which is just called FC now.
And they had no difference in the money made, and nobody cared that the FIFA was dropped, and now it was probably the best business decision that EA's made in a very long time.
They don't have to pay FIFA.
It was like, but they paid them billions, I think.
The license was absolutely huge. Jesus. But this is the example that I use when people come to me for MMORPGs and they say things like, our genre, our game is massive, it's super important. And I've had to say, look, you're existing within a bubble.
Yeah.
The MMORPG player base per game is a bubble. The Guild Wars 2 players think Guild Wars 2 is fantastic. The World of Warcraft players think World of Warcraft is fantastic. When you look at the entire genre as a whole, the genre compared to other genres is tiny. We are a niche within a niche.
It is not the juggernaut it used to be.
No,
back in the day, you talked about like the whole social experience, and now like the younger generation have just gone to like other genres of games, and whatever they can give. Like EA, obviously FIFA, massively popular. Obviously anime games, gacha games, which is like I guess my specialty. That's like very popular in like the new generation, but also things like Fortnite as well. And just
I think one of the biggest examples as well is that mobile phones are now the biggest video game console in the world.
Yeah.
And you can play a lot of gacha games on mobile.
Yes.
When we saw the footage of EverQuest earlier and you straight away said, oh my god, how many menus are there? You could not put EverQuest on a mobile, but you could put most gacha games on mobile, which just gives you exposure to a much bigger audience.
Exactly.
There you go. That's a new challenge for you. Playing EverQuest on the mobile.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Playing EverQuest on
It'll be
mobile.
an hour of you just
zooming in, but it's kind of like...
like, wait, I think I clicked the right thing?
Yeah. So they have managed to port a couple of successful MMOs over to mobile. RuneScape is a good example. RuneScape and old school RuneScape, because they're two separate games, their mobile clients are fantastic. They are genuinely very good. I consulted on the RuneScape 3 mobile client, and it was actually a really interesting day. I sent them my review video, which involved me finding a couple of bugs and glitches. And they sent back saying, we don't like this, but fine. So they appreciated that I found that. Talking about mobiles and talking about consoles, especially MMORPGs, mobile gaming makes more money than console gaming. Mobile gaming makes more money than PC gaming. And on the PC, the MMO is a small genre itself. It doesn't make as much money as other PC games, first-person shooters, third-person shooters, adventure games, that kind of stuff. So I think because I exist within the MMO sphere, it's very healthy for me to walk outside. For example, I've been in Japan for 3 weeks now. I have not seen a single World of Warcraft thing. I've not seen a figure, I've not seen a poster, I've not seen a game.
I don't think it was popular in Japan.
It's not popular over here at all. But when I exist within my MMORPG sphere, I get messages daily, hourly in some cases, from people saying, World of Warcraft is massive, it's the biggest thing in the world, it's absolutely global, everyone should love it, it's fantastic, why aren't you playing it more? And I said, because I don't want want to and because you're existing within this tiny bubble. We need to step out of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure that the gacha games ideas, you get people who are hyper-enfranchised
Yeah.
within the gacha games industry
Exactly.
who don't understand that there is another games industry out there at all.
Yes, exactly. And, you know, they have a very, the gacha space has a very specific thing of doing, specific way of doing things. And a lot of the other game spaces just don't fuck with the way gacha
no, they
games.
don't.
Yeah.
But how much money does it make?
But it makes a lot of money.
So much money.
It makes so much money.
Did you see that one of the like most profitable games is this fucking Monopoly game? Have you seen this?
I think you talked about it.
Yeah,
Right?
it's fucking insane. There's this like garbage Monopoly game that makes billions.
But people realize that you can give £1 or $1 much easier than you can give 1,000 or 10,000.
Yeah,
so games
sure.
companies said, right, if we are in everyone's pocket, literally on their phones, then let's ask
Games make
everyone
$2
for
billion.
$1.
$3 billion.
Let's ask everyone for $1. See, in sales, it's sometimes easier to sell one massive thing to one person. Whereas in games, it's much easier to sell a million small microtransactions to a million players, which is why the microtransaction boom has happened. RuneScape 3 uses a lot of gacha mechanics. In my review of RuneScape 3, I go through their entire shop system and break down all of the currency. Well, this is an entire separate conversation with MMOs.
Yeah.
When you purchase an item in a gacha game, you spend money to get a currency.
Yes.
Then you convert that currency into another currency.
I hate
Yes.
I hate
It's
this
done on
stuff.
purpose. It's a psychological trick. It's what casinos use.
Yes.
You cannot track the conversion rates between multiple currencies. So let's say that you spend $10 and you buy 10 bits of gold. Then you spend 10 bits of gold and turn them into 35 moon shards. Then you spend 35 moon shards and turn them into 170 crystal bits. Then you spend 16 crystal bits to buy a shard of a sword. And you need 200 shards of a sword. How much does one shard cost in real money
It's like a
value?
math problem.
You don't
Yeah.
know. It's the guy from the math problem that turns up with like 100 watermelons in his car. How many times do we convert this money? It's a psychological trick to distance you from the value of whatever the thing is. And companies can then say, legally, they didn't sell you the sword shard because that would be selling power. They sold you the virtual gold. What you then did with that is a completely separate transaction. So it's not pay to win. It also takes away the value of the thing. The digital thing has no value. Only the gold does. But the gold never buys the things. The gold buys other currencies, which then buy the thing.
Do you think this is one of the reasons why newer MMOs are struggling because there is such an expectation to monetize?
Yes, without a doubt. So games release with a special version of the game. They release. If you go to EverQuest 1 subscription.
Like what, like $2 a month or something?
Well,
or?
there's actually 3 different layers to it. So we had a membership. So here's the thing you can do with EverQuest 1. Not only do you get stuff, but you can also enhance your membership with EverQuest, with these things here. So let's say that you want to be an adventurer. You get a 5% experience boost, and you have 10% more coin from killing enemies. That is an extra $3 a month. Let's say you want 2 perks, the adventurer and the challenger. Well, the challenger perk gives you mercenaries gaining experience quicker, and you don't lose levels when you die. The merchant gives you even more. So if you and I are both playing EverQuest, and I am paying an extra $5 a month for all those things, I have an inherent advantage. Is that morally wrong if EverQuest need to make money? Because people will play it for free.
Yeah.
What's better? Taking the idea that it's a $5 game with a massive free trial, or taking the idea that it is a free game with a $5 boost that you can play for. Because both those things are exactly the same, but one of them is reframing how you see it. Are you playing a free trial and then paying for the full game? Or are you playing the full game and paying for advantage?
Well, I think some people, they see this and they'll see the $5 a month, and what they see is commitment.
Yes.
And I think that's, like in most things in life, that scares people. They're like, oh, now I have to play X amount of hours. Whereas, you know, for free games, often they're like, oh, no, just play as little or as much as you want. In reality, they're getting you in and sucked in, and this will make your life easier right now.
This is monetization within gaming, which has gone through a really weird cycle and ended up almost like where it started. As in, when games first started, one of the first games was called Space War, and it was this idea of almost like a ping-pong style tennis thing on an old oscillating scope. And then we got games like Pong, games like Pac-Man, and they went to the arcade, and you put more money in to play the game more. We had games like Time Crisis, where you would die at the second boss. Great game, but you would die, and then you put some more credits in. This was almost accepted. You put more money in to play the game for longer to get more lives. Then when we had the kind of home console revolution, games companies realized, oh, we can't keep dragging money off people. How do we make the most of selling our games? Well, we just make them really difficult, because a lot of people still rented games at the time. There was a thing called the Blockbuster level, as in the old rental shop Blockbuster.
Right.
The games, The Lion King on the NES and the SNES, they have a notoriously difficult second or third level. This was done on purpose to mean that you had to rent the game several times, which means Blockbuster wanted to buy the game in order to rent it out far, far more.
Right.
So we're still taking more money off people. Then we have the home console revolution with PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, Xbox 360, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Games companies realize once they've sold the game, oh, what now? How do we get more money off people? Well, suddenly that's when battle passes creep in. That's when the idea of cosmetics creep in. It all started with the stupid Oblivion horse armor, which was when, if you Google Oblivion horse armor,
I remember this when this happened.
This was massive. It was the idea that you could spend an extra couple of dollars to
Mm.
get some armor for your horse in Oblivion.
Yeah, I remember seeing this post as well. Yeah.
And that was almost opening the floodgates for what could happen. And now we're in this position where when you purchase a video game, you don't own the video game. They're pushing games as a service. You are renting the idea.
Yeah.
And one of the worst ways this comes around, this is one of my personal pet peeves. Have you ever played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater?
Of course.
Okay, cool.
Classic.
Could you please Google, I think it's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. So what happened with this was, it might not be 4, correct me in the comments if I'm wrong with this. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 launched on disc. But what happened was, all the disc gave you was the rights to download the rest of the game from the server. So you had to have an internet connection to get the game.
God,
The problem is, those servers are now offline, which means if you have the disc, you only have level 1. You cannot get the rest of this game. It might be a different Tony Hawk's Pro Skater game, but the idea was you no longer purchase the data that has the game on it. You purchase a temporary license to access the data, which is super annoying. And the games industry is monetized to all hell and back. MMORPG players sometimes just seem extremely entitled with the amount of game they want for the amount of money they get.
Well, the thing about MMOs is that because you said it's like a juggernaut of the old days, that mentality of the same monetization system that worked back then is still with the same expectations without gathering in the new players that have another different set of expectations and what they are okay with in terms of like monetization.
I mean, the original games you're paid by the minute, by the hour. You're paid not only for the internet connection, but also for access to the games. There was an old game, I believe it was called The Island of Kazmai, one of the very first kind of text-based MMORPGs, that you would effectively have to pay per instruction you sent to the server, per word you sent, per click you did. So, you want to go and raid this dungeon? Cool, it's probably going to cost you about £5 stuff.
But it was popular?
It was very popular because it was new, it was different, it was strange. That's what it looked like on the far right. That is the more modern graphics. The extreme old ones are the ASCII graphics.
Far right.
The far right top.
Yeah,
the ASCII graphics.
No, that reminds me of like Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress.
Yeah.
That's
So you would pay per instruction that you sent to the server because your internet time was limited. In fact, MMORPGs, and that's one of the reasons that RuneScape really took off. Most MMOs required a download. They required a game to be an EXE to be run. The browser game RuneScape didn't require a download, which was why it was able to take over school computers, library computers. Any public computer that blocked files, blocked EXEs, and blocked downloads could still run these browser-based games.
The Rewatchables, brought to you by the Ringer Podcast Network, where you can find Van Lathan.
Yes.
Higher Learning.
Absolutely.
With our friend Rachel Lindsay. Midnight Boys. Pew pew.
Yep.
Wesley Morris not on the Ringer Podcast Network, although he does have a podcast that he refuses to promote.
I'm not refusing to promote it.
Cannonball with Wesley Morris.
I'm going to get better.
Van
I'm
Halen,
very
guest at
proud
some
of
point.
this show that we make called Cannonball.
There you go.
There we go.
I'm Bill Simmons. We're going to do a rare thing. Talk about a 2025 movie on the Rewatchables. Sinners is next.
I've been all over this world. I ain't never seen no demons, no ghosts, no magic. Till now.
Admit to it.
Admit to what?
That you dead.
Sinners in theaters coming soon.
This episode of The Rewatchables is presented by Prime. You listen to this podcast for the movie talk. So let's set the scene. Our lead, tall, dark, stranded at the airport. Hours of delays. He's strolled, and loitered by every over price snack stand, but just when all hope seems lost. Plot twist. He remembers he has Prime, and without a whole library of free ebooks ready to read right from his device. Cue the triumphant score. Roll credits. Free ebooks library. It's on Prime. So we've only done this. We've had the rewatchable since 2017. I think we've only done this for 3 other movies. Get Out, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Top Gun Maverick, where a movie was so instantly rewatchable that we said, fuck it. And we just decided to give the rewatchable treatment. There's some drawbacks to it. There's not enough information about the movie with some distance. We don't know how the movie's going to play out for the next 5-6 years. The casting what ifs, as the years pass, they start making up shit about who almost got what part. Like right now, there's like nothing. But this movie, I saw it with Van the day it came out.
Oh, really?
What did I predict to you that it was? I said it was going to make over $200 million.
You did?
I did.
Oh, he was all over it.
I was like, that movie's going to be a monster.
When we left, I might as well just put a kufi on Bill's head. Bill did that thing where Bill looked, he went, it's tremendous. We're sitting outside the Grove. I predict the movie makes over $250 million. And that was a big deal at that point because remember, all the talk was around the business of the movie. Yeah.
I mean, all of the what we can now call BS around the conversation around the movie.
A weird conversation because everyone was fixated on this. Coogler Daily gets it back in 25 years. They spend so much money.
This one title.
And then the box office was good the first week. And then there was like 4 or 5 different news stories about, well, they still have a lot to recoup.
We don't know if they're going to recoup.
It's like, when did we ever talk about that with movies? It felt like people were lined up a little against this. What's interesting about it from a rewatchable standpoint is it's completely rewatchable. Yes. And my son and I watched it twice together since it's been a home video. He saw it twice in the theaters and then twice here. Once they get to the bar, once we're starting the bar, like about 40 minutes in.
An hour.
Yeah, well, they have.
You mean like once the bar opens?
Yeah, once they open the bar, it's about an hour and a half, and it could really be its own movie. But I think as the years pass, that's going to be it. So I'll go to you second because I already know how you feel about this movie. You never wrote about this movie as its own piece, but you put it in a Beyonce like bigger picture piece. But what's your relationship to this movie, Wesley?
I find it fascinating. It is. I love it when some work of culture or art that becomes then culture. It gives you a new way of seeing a thing that you have always understood to be the case. Get Out gave us The Sunken Place, in addition to other ways of looking at the relationship between Black people and particular kinds of white people. And here we have not a necessarily new metaphor for what kind of lazily gets called appropriation, cultural appropriation, but you have it so that the metaphor isn't quite fixed to mean that that the white interest in the Black music is inherently bad. It's that the vampires here, who are also kind of zombies, we can talk about this. Their own interest is confused, right? because anyway, so we can talk more about what I'm trying to say, but I just love that people responded to this movie in the way that they did, both with, intellectually, emotionally, their sense of entertainment was satisfied. And I enjoyed it. I feel like there's two things that just truly do not work for me after 3 experiences with this film.
Say that. Let's go positive first and we'll circle back.
But the first hour of this movie I didn't even need the vampires. The vampires to me are like dessert, because the first hour of the movie is just a meal. It is something that you rarely see in a movie about Black life and Black culture in the South in the past. And
yeah, there was stuff I didn't catch the first time we saw it. Like even like when they go to the stores and how they position the storefronts and the 2 sides, and even how the stuff in one store is slightly different than the stuff in the other. Like, there's all these nuances to it that you kind of pick up the more you watch this movie.
It's that first hour, you can tell that there was real sort of intellectual labor that went into recreating this town and the relationships in it. This is the Jim Crow South. The Jim Crow Southness of it is atmospheric. It does not feel like it's dictating day-to-day life. Of course, but it's a psychological condition at this point. We're in the 30s. And I don't know. It's just, what would it look like for Black people in the South to just be living a Tuesday? What would it be like for them to be living for Saturday, right? The one day of the week where time stops and you can just dance your ass off and gamble what little money you have and drink. And then you go to church on Sunday and say, I'm sorry, I did that. I'm gonna go to sleep and wake up to work on Monday. Like,